distant lands we gather, hearts of fire all along. Obey me 'cause we follow, through the storm and through the fight. For Valhalla we will borrow strength and might under moonlight.
Hey folks, an early start today because the judge ruled against one of the motions from Afroman's defense. I believe it was something to do with police procedure. I'm not sure because WSOP, what's the name of it? WCPO. Yeah, they haven't started recording. So they called one witness this morning, and then they moved on to closing arguments, or towards closing arguments, and closing arguments just started. Now, Mo isn't here because she is otherwise occupied. So what's going to happen today in this stream is we are moving right into closing arguments. And then we are on verdict watch. And during the verdict watch, we will check the testimony I haven't gone through with you yet, including Afroman himself. So, folks, they are rushing, mainly, I believe, because of the judge. And something happened this morning that I believe is a reversible error if Afroman loses. They, of course, had their motion for directed verdict. It was denied. Nothing strange with that. And then the judge, when the jury came back in, he explained to the jury that there was a motion of directed verdict and why he denied it, explaining why he believed the plaintiffs, in the light most towards the plaintiffs, why he denied it. And for me, that is absolutely mind-blowing, that a judge opines to the jury why he believed the plaintiffs have a case. Absolutely mind-blowing. But we'll get through that eventually. Now, let's go to closing arguments.
For instance, I'm not submitting to the jury whether the 5 plaintiffs are private figures or public figures because Judge McBride decided that. So in the instructions, I've taken prior decisions of law where necessary and put them in. And you didn't deal with that, but sometimes I have to tell the jury how we got to where we are. That becomes instruction of law. The law of the case goes into the instructions. So I don't explain it to them. I'm just saying in the record, I took prior traditional law of the case findings and slotted it in where necessary, because that's what we always do. Sound right, Mr. Osborne?
Your Honor, I had no objection. No objection, Judge.
Okay.
Yes.
Off the record, you want to start?
Your Honor.
Yes, sir. We're off the record.
Well, we have the 2 housekeeping things. I have to renew my verdict, and then we have to also discuss the music company.
Okay.
We're back on the record.
Okay, so 2 points came up. You wanted to renew your motion for Rule 50
Yes.
dismissal, which the court overruled. Mr. Klingler responded to your inquiry about Media Access Incorporated.
Yes, Your Honor. Just for the sake of the record, we had a telephone conference on this. We had discussed this issue. They had not pled. They were technically in default of the answer during that telephone conference, which was not on the record. We discussed what would happen with that. Mr. Klingler said he would evaluate it. We are now about ready to do closing statements. No evidence has been presented against him. Mr. Klingler has not asked for a default judgment. He seems to be wanting to put everything on my client, which is very strange why when he has a default, he wants to make a motion for such. But we would ask that the record be cleaned up in that issue.
Yeah, I'm going to clean up the record and we are going to dismiss that party from the case.
Media access program.
Yes.
We registered an objection to him not doing a directed verdict, or sorry, doing a default verdict on that, and therefore increasing damages upon my client if they should be found.
I think he gets to own his own complaint, so I just have to follow his lead, but I get what you're saying.
I can argue for mitigation of attorney fees and stuff that he has done.
Oh, if it gets to that, if it gets to that, that's not a part of the jury's work.
I'm trying to think of something like that.
Off the record, please, go get him, do it this way.
See, I knew that. I waited the extra 30 seconds.
Ladies and gentlemen, for your patience, have a seat. But actually, it was about 45 minutes, so I didn't gauge my time very well, but thank you for your patience. We are moving ahead, as you know, so most people don't growl about that, but I try to at least respect your time and tell you what we're doing. We made it through, like, the corrections to the jury instructions. Like, I've been trying to educate you all the way through. The jury instructions are the textbook at the end. So the lawyers had a chance to drill those down. As I said before, closing arguments are the attorney's argument about what they think the evidence means and how you should do whatever it is they think you should do. So they go first, Mr. Klingler, then Mr. Osborne, then Mr. Klingler. There's like a total of 35 minutes. So I'm going to take 20, 35, 15. But Mr. Klingler can kind of manipulate his time depending on how he wants to do it. So in an hour, you'll be talking to me for about 30 minutes of instructions before you start your deliberations. That's what's ahead of you. You can take notes, just write down argument, not evidence. Go ahead, Mr. Klingler.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, this is the plaintiff's attorney.
Morning, folks. When this trial started, I told you it was about intentional lies that are designed to hurt people. It's not about freedom of speech. It's about defamation. It's about false light defamation, intentional lies designed to hurt people. You've heard all the evidence. You've seen the witnesses. I'm not going to go over it. But I will say a few things to underscore what I think is most important for you to keep in mind as this case is turned over to you, from me, from the plaintiffs, to you. Mr. Foreman perpetuated lies intentionally, repeatedly, over 3.5 years on the internet about these 7 brave deputy sheriffs who've lived in this county for years, risked their lives for this county for years, done their job, been in the community for many, many years. Mr. Foreman did it intentionally. Mr. Foreman knew that what he posted on the internet were lies. He knew there was no theft.
So where's the fucking money? $390. That's 10% of the total amount that he counted once is gone. Nobody counts that badly. You have a bunch of bills, you put, and you just count it. You just count it. Hi, Denise. Well, after closing arguments is done, I will go back and watch what we missed yesterday. $390. And he didn't even try to correct himself.
He knew there was no sex with Randy Walters' wife.
So
And he certainly knew all of the stuff he's repeatedly
That's equivalent to your mama. It's a joke.
posted about Lisa Phillips up until Friday and probably later were lies too. What are we going to do about that? Mr. Foreman told you from the witness stand, there's nothing we can do to stop him because he has freedom of speech to lie about people intentionally. During jury selection, we talked about that. And you all agreed that it's not okay to tell an intentional lie about someone that hurts them. We all agreed. And the judge is going to tell you that in the law that he gives you. So Mr. Foreman is legally wrong when he says he has free speech to tell harmful lies about people and get away with it. That's just legally wrong. You also told me in jury selection that even if somebody does something to you that hurts you, that you think is wrong, like a search warrant execution that you think was unfair, even if somebody does that to you, you told me, we all agreed, that that doesn't justify telling intentional lies designed to hurt people. That's what you think. That's what the community thinks. It's what decent people think. But Mr. Foreman thinks it's okay to do what he's done over 3.5 years because they executed a search warrant that broke down his door and disconnected his cameras. You heard from the witness stand from Mr. Foreman the callous indifference that he showed to what he's done, the harm he's done. It's imprinted in your minds, I'm sure, like it is in mine. The tears, the agony from some of these witnesses, don't forget that when you're back in the jury room. That's what this case is about. You are here because you agreed to be here. You showed up on the first day. Not everybody does. A lot of people don't respond to their summons. You did. I asked you, do you want to be on this jury? And you all said, yes, I agreed to be on this jury. You're all here now in this place, in this courtroom, for a reason. And I believe there's a power higher than us.
Oh,
that
for the love
brought
of fuck.
you here today to do this job, and that you are the chosen people to do it. No.
Are you claiming the euros were sent there by God? You folks, I know I used the Lord's name in vain many, many times, but in no specific terms would I ever make such an absolute moronic claim that he did just there. Not in a million years.
Nobody else is going to do it. There's not going to be another trial. There's not going to be a second chance. This is the day to decide whether Mr. Foreman gets away with what he's done and whether these plaintiffs deserve something to make up for what they've been through, and whether the community is told that what he did is unacceptable. It's not okay. We talked about different kinds of damages. There's not going to be economic damages in this case. There's no doctor bills. There's no damaged property. There's damage to reputation. There's pain and suffering. There's public humiliation. There's everything you saw
They
and
deserve to be
heard
humiliated.
from these detectives.
No, not the PDF thing. I agree. They might have a case there. The rest of it, no. Lisa, does she deserve all the things that she did? Maybe. No. But they sued. This would have been long gone and forgotten. If they hadn't sued. And now it is world news. Their faces published to the world as thin-skinned cops who should be ex-cops.
On the witness stand. And the only thing you can do as a jury to decide this case is to render a verdict of money that somehow stands in, somehow represents the harm that these deputy sheriffs
Verdict
have
of
been put
money?
through over 3.5 years.
I would have chosen the word verdict of justice.
That's all you can do. You can't issue an order that says stop. You can't issue an order that says, say you're sorry. All you can do is issue a verdict for an amount that fairly stands in, represents what they've been through, what they've lost. No,
The only person who suffered monetarily is the guy who chose to quit. He wasn't fired. He chose to quit because he's weak. And he should never have been a cop to begin with.
one else is going to do it. The judge isn't going to do it. Court of Appeals isn't going to do it. It's your
You can't
job.
reference the Court of Appeals.
And you're the people meant to do it. Now, I told you in jury selection, if we got to this point, I'd try to give you some ideas about how to evaluate what kind of verdict might make sense in this case. I told you then, and I'll tell you now, there's no formula. There's no easy answer, but there is an answer. And it's the answer that you folks decide among yourselves fairly represents the injuries that these deputies have suffered. And I'll start by posing this question. Do you think that if there had been an advertisement in some newspaper that said, we will give you $2 million if you are willing to go through what Lisa Phillips has been through for the last 3.5 years, would you take that deal? Do you think she would have taken that deal? Yeah, 2 million, that's a, maybe I'll go through that. Of course not. Do you think Randy Walters, do you think Brian Newland, do you think any of these deputies would have accepted some amount of money in order to go through, in exchange for going through what they've been through?
The only reason why they weren't punished for being assholes at Afroman's home is called immunity. And then they had an internal investigation saying, we saw nothing wrong. It's perfectly normal that 10% is skimmed off the top of seized money. That's basically what the investigation said. It's normal that 10% of money seized disappears. It's just a counting error. And they get away with it because immunity. We normal people, we don't have immunity. You guys, what you have is the First Amendment. And these guys are trying to tell you, nah, because we're cops.
I don't think so. And I think nothing is worth going through what they've been through. And of course,
Speeding
he
up
says he's not
here.
going to stop. He says nothing can stop it. Maybe something can stop him if you tell him through your verdict that he needs to stop. I'm going to tell you what I believe is a fair verdict for these plaintiffs. And it's up to you, of course, again, to make the decision. But I would ask you, I'm going to ask you, and there's a verdict form, which, excuse me 1 minute.
Hey, Lynn. Hey, member for 21
Folks,
months.
I'm going to show you these
Favorite
forms
Swedish
that you're going
lawyer.
to
Yay!
be filling out, just so you're familiar with them. This is just an example. You're going to have a different form for each of these plaintiffs. Okay, this one happens to be a verdict form for Lisa Phillips. And I believe the evidence is overwhelming that you'll find in favor of Lisa Phillips. This happens to be her false light claim. There's a separate claim for defamation, a separate form for defamation, and you'll see the jury instructions. Judge Hine has already talked some about that with you. So this is just an example of the verdict form that I'm going to ask you all to sign in favor of Lisa Phillips and all of the plaintiffs on their false light and their defamation claims. Now, there's another form called an interrogatory, and I'm just showing you Lisa Phillips's form. And it says, we, the jury, find damages for plaintiff as follows. And then it gives a little description of the kind of damages. And there's a line for your decision, and there's signature lines for each of you to sign. For Lisa Phillips, I'm not going to show you every form. For Lisa Phillips, folks, I'm asking you to put $1.5 million in that verdict form.
No.
$1.5 million for Lisa Phillips from what she's been through for 3.5 years. Maybe going through for who knows how long.
Because you convinced them it was a good idea to show all of this to the entire world. Folks, I'm going to show you something that I discovered yesterday. Let's go back to opening statement. Let's listen carefully here.
Job from the Adams County Sheriff's Department. I went to Cincinnati and now works for the Norwood Police Department. He commutes.
First part of his opening statement was about the cop and the PDF thing. But listen what he says.
Drives every day because he felt like
In
he
a
can't
minute.
work here anymore. Now, Mr. Foreman, as I indicated a moment ago, saved his most severe attacks for Lisa Phillips.
He just went through a guy who was called a PDF. He went through with feeling testes, young boys, all of those things. And this attorney says, even worse is this woman being portrayed as a lesbian. For him, being a lesbian is worse than being called a PDF. Why? In what fucking universe, Mr. Attorney, is being portrayed as a lesbian worse than PDF? I really would like an answer to that question, Mr. Attorney. How one of the most degrading crimes in society is not as bad as being called a lesbian. Anyone? Can anybody explain to me the way he thinks? Anyone? Because it's ludicrous, it's ridiculous, it's absolutely imbecile and moronic to make that claim that he does, this attorney. That somehow being portrayed as a lesbian is worse than being portrayed as a PDF. All right, let's get back to closing argument.
For Brian Newland, I'm asking you to issue a verdict for $1 million.
He even puts a higher number on being called a lesbian than being called a PDF.
For what he's been through with his family, the loss of his dream job here in Adams County.
He went to Cincinnati and got a raise and then a promotion. He lost nothing. He commutes. Oh, poor thing.
For Randy Walters, I'm asking you for a verdict of $1 million for what he's been through with the allegations and vile videos about his wife.
Oh no, it is equally, now listen to this. It's equally bad, according to this attorney, and the plaintiffs, because they have to agree with this, it's equally bad being portrayed as a PDF and your wife sleeping with a black man. Equally. That's what he's saying here. It's equally as bad being a PDF as sleeping with a black man. It's insane. Absolutely insane.
For the other 4 plaintiffs, Sean Grooms, Sean Cooley,
Oh, you mean pound cake, lemon pound cake man, and the people who were never named. Never named. What do they get?
Justin Cooley, and Mike Estep. I'm asking you for a total for all 4 of them of $400,000 divided among them however you see fit based on their testimony.
They deserve ridicule for the
You,
rest of
course,
their
can
lives
award
for
less.
showing their face
You
in court.
can issue a verdict for more. That's what I'm asking you to say in your verdict form based on this testimony. Now, let me close my remarks by looking into the future here and looking at the future if there's a verdict for the plaintiffs and you award the plaintiffs a fair amount of money. What happens? The plaintiffs are vindicated. The court of public opinion out there, the press, which I know you haven't been looking at, they don't know the facts. You know the facts. And a verdict for the plaintiff will say they were wronged, he was wrong. A verdict for the plaintiffs will make up in some way for what they've been through. A verdict for the plaintiffs will say that we don't condone, we don't approve, you can't get away with what Mr. Foreman's done. Not in this community, not in this country. That's not freedom of speech where we live. That's what a verdict for the plaintiffs will say. Let's look at another possible future if there were to be a verdict for the defendant, or if there were to be a verdict with a small amount of money attached to it. In that case, in that world, in that future, the world is told what he did is okay. What they went through is no big deal. We don't really care. We think it's fine.
Stupid.
That's what a verdict for the defendant.
You absolute moron. No, it's not. It only means they did not reach the necessary level of evidence. That's it.
Or a small verdict would say. They would go home subject to even more ridicule.
Because of you!
Lost. See, he was...
Because of you, who told them, hey, let's go to trial. Show your faces to the world. That's not on the defendant. That's, in my opinion, there's only one person to blame. This guy. For what happened the moment we realized there was going to be a trial, and everything that comes from then until the end of time. It's on this guy and nobody else.
What he did was fine. I don't have to tell you, you know, that's not the message we want to send. It's not the message you want to send. Folks, I'm done. I've done all I can. These folks called me 3 years ago now
And you saw
and
patient.
asked, what can we do to stop this? And here we are today. I've done what I can. They've done what they can. They've suffered through the publicity. They could have stopped this case at any time if they would have kowtowed to the pressure, public humiliation that Mr. Foreman continued to put them through, but they didn't. They bravely stood behind their case and their right not to be drugged through the mud with lies in the media. They've done all they can. And now I am giving their case and this decision to you. It's out of my hands. You have to decide what to say to Mr. Foreman and what to say to the community about what he's done and the effects that it's had on these folks. I have full confidence. I fully trust you to make the right decision, to make a fair decision, and to come back with a verdict that's fair for each one of these plaintiffs and that tells the community what you really think about this case. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I have a lot of words.
Mr. Osborne?
I'm drinking our version of root beer. It's called must. Come on, nail them to the wall,
Ladies and gentlemen,
my unknown son.
thank you for being here. This has been a long 3 days. It took a second for me to even count the number. It's been so long. A lot's happened. You've done your duty as jurors. You've paid attention to the evidence. I'm proud of that. What makes our country great is you have the right to have a jury trial. You have the right to people in the community to see this, weigh the evidence and make a decision. And I'm proud that you guys are here and doing that. We started this time, I talked about this case was about freedom of speech. But let's talk about what it's also about. It's also about music. Not all music is tasteful. Not everybody likes all music. There's some songs I hate. I think we can find plenty of people that find songs they do not like. But Mr. Foreman, Joe is a rapper and comedian. It's what he's done his whole life is rap, make songs. We got to think of what rap is, because music does not exist in a vacuum. Music evolves over time. Take a look at jazz. It's evolved. At one time, it was distinct in a certain subculture, and it has now expanded. Rap is the same. Rap started out as a means for people to express social commentary, opinions through entertainment. Look at the song by NWA, or they call it Fuck the Police. I think I said that right. It's a social commentary on what was going on in their lives, their personal effect, the personal things happening to them, combined with entertainment, which unfortunately is exaggeration. Opinion, nothing of fact in that song. It's a commentary on society. And so when you look at rap, you see that over and over again. I had my secretary print me a couple songs, rap songs, while I was pouring a cup of coffee. And the first one is Carly B, WAP. I find it bad to say what WAP means, but it's a popular song. I think it's somewhat derogatory. But then again, I'm not the audience for that song, and I know that. I know nothing in that song. Nothing talking about is true. I know it's entertainment. I know it's social commentary. Miss Grooms testified even her students knew that at a young age. The same thing I knew when I was watching Johnny Carson, The Late Night Show, and SNL, Saturday Night Live, with my grandfather when I was a kid. That's all entertainment. They make fun of everybody for entertainment. And some of it is a social commentary. But it is not fact. And everybody knows that. Nobody looks at Lil Wayne's song Pussy Monster and says there's a monster in that song. Everybody knows it's exaggeration for entertainment. Is he commenting on something? Sure. But it's not fact. And I can keep going. Megan Thee Stallion and Sex Talk. I mean, It just goes on. They use derogatory language. It's designed to entertain. Drew Hastings, former mayor of Hillsborough, was a comedian. I got to go to one of his stand-ups. Some of it was funny, some of it wasn't. Some of his jokes, like those of Eddie Murphy and Richard Pryor, some of them are not tasteful, but they're still jokes. They're not facts.
The jury must be of people exclusively over the age of 50. Because nobody under the age of 50 knows who Richard Pryor was.
And we know that. That's what a reasonable person listening to that would understand. And that's the point. This is not a vacuum. We don't live in a vacuum. Let's face it, if we lived in a vacuum, we'd all be dead because we couldn't breathe. So we live in a world full of everything, where we see things. We watch SNL. We know it's entertainment. We know it's going to pick on people. We understand that they're picking on public officials. Well, they picked on Joe. They pick on Donald Trump all the time, Sleepy Joe. I mean, go down the list, even Teflon Ron was made fun of. So as you go back, nobody thinks that's fact. Nobody's going to take it that way. When they post their clips on YouTube, when they post their clips on Facebook, people don't look at it and go, that's the truth. No, they understand it's comedy. They understand they're going to talk about it going forward. And if you look at his posts, you see the little signs of that too. Iteration. Things that you see in a song. I mean, because after all, you know, a song's catchy, right? It has beat, song, you know, words rhyme. You know, she thinks my tractor's sexy and, you know, sticks with you. When we listen to Lemon Pound Cake, you heard the iteration. You heard how it came together as entertainment. So we don't exist in the vacuum, and a reasonable person doesn't exist in the vacuum. As the judge said, you are a reasonable people. You get to decide what's reasonable, which means you get to use your experience. You get to use your understanding of what those are, of your understanding of Joe, of your understanding of rap music, music in general. I'm not going to sit here and say that these 7 people were happy about what happened to them. I'm not going to say that. That'd be stupid. But what I am going to say is they are public officials. We see it on the news all the time, public officials made fun of. Let's go back to voir dire. During my voir dire, we talked about, with the one juror that's gone, we talked about that, yes, I ran for public office. She agreed I put myself out as a public official. She agreed that it was an opinion when someone called me a baby killer. Even our witnesses on the stand, I asked that question. They said a crooked defense attorney is not a vine, it's a matter of opinion. Crooked cops, dirty defense attorneys. Oh, wait, one witness did want to say I might not have taken a shower. But those are all opinions, exaggerations, not statements of fact. And we know that. And that's why public officials are held to a higher standard, because that standard is what is expected of them as subjecting themselves to public scrutiny. They all testified that people have criticized their work. I mean, after all, we look at the search. There is, even Mr. Newland admitted it wasn't perfect. I think we can see from how the money was handled, the investigation. I would have liked to have seen a more thorough job myself. I mean, we have a chain of custody, the money that just leaves it laying there. Mr. Newland didn't know that. We have an unsealed evidence bag. We have 10% of all evidence, money evidence in the Adams County evidence locker miscounted. And then, keep in mind that miscount on those is less than what is alleged in this hearing. We got people saying we had a miscount, yet they can't even bother to notify the court in an official document that they made a mistake. Just let it ride. As far as the public record knows, which they never corrected, Mr. Foreman never got back all of his money. They want to talk about an investigation, but they can't even put in a single piece of paper to correct his mistake. I don't know if I call that lazy or what, but I think it goes to what you consider a fact. Because what is a fact? We can't always know what a fact is. A fact is something you can disprove, right? But can we truly disprove it? Looking at all the evidence, there is questions. If there's questions, it's not a fact. Now, people will form opinions based on that. I formed an opinion. I imagine everybody here's formed an opinion. We know that they formed an opinion because they didn't like being called a thief. So that was their opinion. But people are allowed to have opinions. People are allowed to express them. What people are expressing when they call them thief is not a literal statement. It is not a fact. It is a social commentary on the fact that they didn't do things correctly. And they can't even articulate how they could fix it. That is a social commentary if I ever heard one. They don't like it? That's not their choice to like it or not. They're public officials. They're going to be held to higher standard. Their work's going to be criticized. I mean, that's just what happens when you're a public official. No reasonable person would expect a police officer not to be criticized. They've all been called names before. Has it affected them personally? Yes. Ms. Grooms testified it made no difference in her life. Her kids didn't take it seriously. And she's taught for damn near 30 years. But they seem to take it seriously. And I come back to Mr. Grooms. He's worried about going out on a call and being shot. Now, maybe I'm old fashioned, but if I'm going out on a call, I'm worried about getting shot. I'm going to call my wife and tell her to be safe. Not sit here and go, I'm worried about me. That's not what you do. You take care of your family. Mr. Walters wanted to point that out. That just goes to show us he didn't take it seriously. Now, I'm not going to say they're not afraid. Anytime they go on a call, the highway patrol will tell you scariest things at traffic stop. You know nothing about the person. You're there by yourself, and things can change in an instant. Is that scary? Fuck yeah. I'd be scared.
Ooh.
But if you're truly scared, you take the steps for it. You start having your family do stuff. You start doing that.
Curse you would.
If you believe what you're saying, you take the steps forward.
Enter the chat.
They didn't take steps. No one else talked about how they took the steps either, did they? And why does that matter? Because a reasonable person is going to look at that. After all, let's go back to me not taking a shower. How would you know I didn't take a shower? Hair clumpy, probably matted, probably got dirt all over me. That's how you would see. That's how you would prove if that's an opinion or fact. Now, even then, you might say they just fell in the mud. But no reasonable person would take it in the vacuum. And I want you to think about everything in context. What rap is music, how it's entertainment, how the language works on it, how jokes are made. I want you to think back to it because that colors how you see it. I love picking on Joe. He's a good sport for it. Look at that suit. Does this look like a man who thinks that everybody's going to assume that everything he's saying is fact? I mean, he's like a comedian. He exaggerates for the sake of entertainment. That's who he is. I'm not going to say it's tasteful to everyone, but some people do find it entertaining. I asked an important question about them. I said, do you believe everything in the newspaper? No. Do you believe everything you read on the internet? No. We all know that to be true. A reasonable person knows that. People can post opinions, social commentary, and hurtful things all over the internet. And it is just to be expected. That's why we are supposed to use our own filter, use our common sense, use our experiences in life. So while hurtful, it was not fact. It was music, entertainment. Stuff that no reasonable person would understand, especially not a public official, because we see it on TV all the time. We see it on the internet. You see it on Facebook. Sometimes people want to turn off Facebook because there's so much political commentary and stuff. But that's expected. Do I expect everything I read is fact? I don't even think most of it's fact. I think it's everybody's opinion, and opinions are like assholes. Everybody has one and it stinks. But that doesn't mean they can't happen. That doesn't mean they can't express them. That doesn't mean they can't make a song about it. Truth is a defense. That's why we talk about theft. That's why we showed all that. Because I wanted you to see how the money's handled. There's a lot of confusion around it. And for that reason. Before I get to another point, I want to address something that's bouncing around my head. Bob says, what does this message send if you find for Mr. Foreman? I rephrase that question a little differently. What does this message send if we find that music and social commentary, while maybe not the most tasteful thing in the world, is silenced because a public official, while hurt by it, yes, unhappy by it, yes, pissed off, yes, emotional, yes. What opinion does that sound? I mean, if you can sue people, music artists, comedians to shut them down, that's what we're looking at here. I'm sorry they feel the way they do. But there's a certain amount that you have to take as a public official. It's part of the duties as a job. As we talked about during voir dire, as I've talked about them being called a baby killer, there are certain things you take and you move on. It's part of the job. The plaintiffs, or I should say Bob, talks about how they wanted it to stop. Where was the certified cease and desist letter? Where was all this done? None of that was done until after they started the lawsuit, until after they brought it to court to make it stop. That's what they wanted to. They wanted to make it stop, yet they asked for money. The commentary on them is nebulous at best. You can see that when you look at it. We have Beetle Bailey, Gomer Pyle, Colonel King Kong Bundy. Some of these names are not as bad as others, yes, but they're all for artistic purpose. They're all for jokes. They're all for entertainment. This is not to paint them in a real life. No reasonable person would think that. It's kind of interesting because even Mr. Newland agreed that when he was called a pedophile by Mr. Foreman, yes, that is a horrible thing to call a person. But even he said it was Mr. Foreman's opinion. So he didn't believe it was a fact. If your own witness doesn't believe it's a fact, how can a reasonable person find it's a fact? Bob went to great lengths to say nothing will stop him. Shows us where we're at. We got to stop his expression. We got to stop entertainment. We got to stop exaggeration. That's what Bob's talking about. What chilling effect does that have on the world we live in? Think about it. You don't like what a commissioner does. You don't like what our prosecutor does. You don't like what any public official does, and you make a joke, and you're drugging the court. It may not have been a tasteful joke. It may have been a bad joke. It may have been the greatest joke ever. But what we're saying is if they don't like it, we're back here. What does that say to freedom of speech? What does that say to the world we live in? That's what this case is about. And Bob knows that. That's why he mentions it. That's why when you look at defamation and the jury instructions, you'll see that the first element of it is a statement. Portrayal of fact. Has to be portrayed as fact. No music video portrays as a fact. I don't watch Fuck Those Police and turn around and say, you know what, that's a fact. No. I say that's a song, it's entertainment, and move on. Sometimes I try to figure out what the words mean, what kind they're getting at, but I don't expect them to present a fact. Fourth element is the proximate cause. It's an interesting question there because you'll get the definition of causation and proximate. And we never talked about that really during the trial. It's going to be something that I want to discuss. They talked about getting phone calls. None of those posts. Joe never said, call them and tell them this. Mr. Cooley testified that they mailed pound cakes to the office. Joe never said send them a lemon pound cake. These are things that other people have done. Joe never directed them to do it. He didn't cause it. He made a joke. He cannot control how people take it. What they do, he's not that. All he can do is make a joke, make a song. So that's something to consider. Was he the proximate cause or was it someone else? I want you to understand when they get to the question of malice, if you get that far, it has to be actual malice. Public officials, it's a higher standard. Why? Because we hold public officials to a high standard. Let's talk about the false light. That's their second cause of action. That says that a reasonable person would be justified in the eyes of the community, feeling seriously offended and aggrieved. I want you to go in on the eyes of the community. They want to say people's humiliating them, calling them names. The reality is a reasonable person in the eyes of the community is going to say, it's a song. It's a joke. I was flabbergasted to hear it myself, that they even thought it was a joke before they brought the lawsuit. Go to a Halloween party and bring a lemon pound cake. That, I almost have no words for that, honestly, because we're hurt, but it's a joke. But which one is it? So a reasonable person in the eyes of the community would understand it's a joke. Mr. Eastep testified about the joke of the shirt. We got the pound cake joke. There's various jokes for this. This was not as negative. This has not changed their view in the eyes of the community because your reputation, which is what they claim is hurt, your reputation is like a shirt. You eat a hot dog, you drop mustard on it, you get stains on your shirt. Nobody's reputation is clean. Everything you do affects your reputation. The way you perform your job affects your reputation. They all admitted to that on the stand because I asked that question. They all said it does. How they counted that money affects their reputation. People can form opinions based on how they did their job and criticize them on it. That's the right we have. You have to forgive me. I had to flip through these. We didn't have a lot of time to prepare as things change on the fly. I think as you go back and deliberate, take a look at all these exhibits, analyze it in the context of music, entertainment, opinion, social commentary. It's not fact. And if you look at it, you can see that. Like I said, it may not be tasteful, may not be nice, but even SNL is not nice. South Park's not nice. These things are social commentaries, jokes, entertainment, and some of them are not nice. But you don't have to like everything. You don't have to like everything said about you, and you don't have the right to tell everybody that everything said about you should be sued for, especially if you're a public official. As such, I ask you to deliver a verdict in Joe's favor on all claims. I ask that because when you look at it, no reasonable person could see it as a fact. No reasonable person could see it as even false light. The community, if they called him, if people called him, that's because the social commentary resonated with someone, resonated with what people experienced in the world. We've lived through a turbulent year, so we've all seen on the news what people are experiencing all over the country. Social commentary resonates because of that. That doesn't make him the proximate cause. That shows a deeper concern in our country that we should be addressing, not sitting here trying to decide if a music video is a fact or not. That's what's at issue here. And I'm confident as you go back in deliberations, you'll come to that conclusion too. And with that, I thank you again for your service, because it is not easy. And what you're about to do is not easy. It takes time and deliberation. It takes hard work. And I appreciate that you guys are willing to do it. And I reiterate again, that's what makes us a great country. Thank you very much.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And here comes rebuttal for the butthurt. The attorney who made
Nothing Mr.
sure
Osborne's
that these people will be ridiculed for the rest of their lives.
said about sexually explicit songs out in society refer to specific people in the community, like the songs that are at issue here. It's not the same thing. We all know that. These weren't opinions. Mr. Foreman didn't say, in my opinion, Brian Newland is a pedophile. In my opinion, they're all thieves. In my opinion, I fucked his wife doggy style. He said it like they were facts. And I think Judge Hine is going to instruct you, based on everything that's happened so far, that these were not opinions. They were stated as fact. And your job is to decide whether those facts were true or not. And we know they're not. The case isn't about lemon pound cake. It's about intentional lies designed to hurt people, and they hurt people.
Then dismiss the lemon pound cake guy. If you really believe that.
Somebody in the jury room says, well, what about his First Amendment rights? You know, and the law tells you, that doesn't allow lies that hurt people. If someone tells you it's just artistic expression, he ought to be free to say what he wants, the answer is he's not allowed to wrap up harmful lies into songs, so-called art, put them out there and get away with it. The packaging of the lie doesn't make it okay. The message was clear. And Mr. Foreman doesn't get to wrap himself in the American flag and say, you can't touch me. I can say what I want, no matter how untrue it is, no matter how much pain it causes people, no matter for how long, because I have freedom of speech. You can't do that. I'm confident you'll tell him you can't do that. Thank you.
That was a weak as shit rebuttal.
Let me acknowledge the Mr. Osborne.
Your Honor, I didn't mean to interrupt you. My thing is, I was going to ask before we read the jury instructions, if I could use, if we could restroom break for that, because I know it's going to take some time to read it.
Everybody's gonna stand in their seat and stretch. Nobody's gonna leave the room but you. Because you're pretty prompt with that, so go for it.
Thank you.
I'll just stand up. It's blood flowing. Well, you're my team.
All right, folks. Jury instructions are insanely boring. So the judge will read them the jury instructions. Then they will be let back into the jury room for deliberation. So, folks, now we can finally get into the things we didn't get to watch yesterday, which is, among other things, the one thing I haven't heard yet, the testimony from Afroman. But we will get there eventually. Let's see here. And some other witnesses.
Yes. Previously. And
WCPO is insanely bad at covering this case. Now, we're lucky that there is coverage, but how hard is it to be in the fucking courtroom when it starts?
asked you about all exhibits.
Yes.
Previously. And so when you're referring to those exhibits that he's presented for, you're referring to the general ones.
And they went right into cross-examination. We heard nothing of the initial. Fuck's sake.
That talked about the Adams County Sheriff's Department as thieves?
Them and some of the posts that was on about me personally. Pardon me?
What kind of?
Ones that was just been posted
Okay.
within the last few days.
So. And you've been in law enforcement between the West Union and Adams County Sheriff's Department for 21 years.
Correct.
And you've arrested a lot of people.
Yeah.
Okay, you have to verbally, because a shaking of the head doesn't get
Yes.
recorded. And you've been criticized before for your job duties?
Yeah.
And you've been called names before?
Yeah, but no, a thief.
No person ever before has called you a thief in 21 years?
No, they have not.
Not to your face.
And you were employed with the Sheriff's Department on 8/21/22?
Correct.
And you took part in the search of Mr. Foreman's residence?
Correct.
Did you ever encounter the money?
No.
Did you ever see it?
No.
You were never present in any room when it was being counted?
Not when it was being counted.
But when it was maybe sitting on a table or something?
No.
Do you ever remember seeing the money during the search?
I seen some when they pulled it out of some of the pockets.
So you were there when they pulled the money out of pockets?
Yeah.
And that's all you saw? in
That's all
reference
I
to money?
seen.
So your job duties were other places during the search?
Yes.
Have you ever been disciplined due to anything Mr. Foreman said?
No.
Reprimanded in any way?
No.
Were you ever interviewed as part of this investigation into the missing money?
No.
Is it true that Mr. Foreman called you a hunchback
Yes.
and specifically compared you to Quasimodo,
Yes.
the Disney hero?
I'm assuming that's who it is.
Quasimodo from the Disney movie, The Hunchback of Notre Dame?
I've never watched it, so I don't know.
So you would agree that when a person says that someone's a crooked defense attorney, they're not meaning that I'm like a vine, they're meaning that as a opinion, correct?
Correct.
Ta-da.
Would you agree that when someone calls you a thief, it might be an opinion of theirs?
Can be, yeah.
Same as if when people say crooked cops, it's just an opinion?
Yeah.
And so is your entire claim for false light that you were called a thief?
Yes.
These are not clever people, folks.
And you would agree that Mr. Foreman is an artist subject to exaggeration?
I guess so, yeah.
And just for the sake of question, nobody would ever think you're Quasimodo from the book, correct?
I don't guess. They, people think different things.
Have you ever taken a chance to talk with the local newspaper, the People's Defender or Informer, to tell them your side of the story?
No,
So how long before you filed the lawsuit through your attorney did you send the cease and desist letter to Mr. Foreman?
it was whenever he sent it, when my attorney sent it to him.
So you never sent a cease and desist letter before the lawsuit was filed?
No,
And you're seeking damages due to your reputation, correct?
correct,
Your reputation in the community locally.
correct.
So you don't care what people think of you in Australia.
Not really.
Would you agree that everything you do as an officer reflects on your reputation?
Yeah,
All the good and the bad?
yeah,
Anything wrong you would have done would be a stain on it?
yeah,
And you mentioned that people had came up to you in public and called you a thief, correct?
yes.
You've been criticized for your job duties before, correct? By the public?
Kind of, yeah,
People have said they didn't think you did things right,
yeah.
and they have a right to criticize you for how you do your job?
Pardon me?
They have a right to comment on how you do your job?
Yeah,
Did you wear a body cam during the search?
yes,
Hang on a second. Aaron.
Let's go ahead.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
Go ahead, sit down, thank you. Take up.
Hey, false Sean Cooley. Hey, it's Pound Cake Man.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and
I
nothing
think-
but the truth? That is the issue, so answer unto God.
I do.
Thank you. You can proceed.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Would you introduce yourself, please?
Sean Cooley,
How was Sean spelled?
SHAWN.
Thank you.
And Mr. Cooley, are you currently employed?
No, sir, I'm retired from the sheriff's office.
When did you retire from the sheriff's office?
I originally retired in 2014. The sheriff, then Kenny Rogers, asked me to come back a couple times. So eventually I did, and I worked up until about 2 months ago.
So up until 2 months ago, you were back as a deputy sheriff?
Yeah, I started out as a part-time deputy, and then as their manpower dropped, I went ahead and took a full-time position to help them for a while.
And that's here in Adams County, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
When did you begin with the sheriff's department? Sheriff's office?
It would have been late 80s, early 90s.
Okay, long time ago.
Long time ago, yes.
Do you have family here in Adams County?
Yes, sir, I do.
How long have you lived in Adams County?
Over 40 years.
And one of your family members is Justin,
Yes, sir, that's my youngest son.
and he's another plaintiff in this case.
Yes, sir, he is.
You worked with him for a while in the Adams County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, I did. Most of the time we were different shifts.
Okay, but I meant you worked
Yeah,
for the same sheriff's department for a while?
absolutely.
Yes. Are you married?
Yes, I am.
How many children?
4, 2 girls and 2 boys.
Did they go to school here in Adams County?
Yes, sir, they did.
Sean, do you remember giving me a call back in late 2022?
Your Honor, I'm going to object here. I do believe he's starting to move into the realm of attorney-client privilege and opening that. If he opens that door, we do intend to exploit it. And so we would just give the court notice that's what we believe is happening at this time.
Thank you for the heads up. See where it goes.
Thank you, Judge. Let me ask the question this way. Were you looking for an attorney in the fall of 2022?
Yes, sir, we all were.
And just in a nutshell,
How many did you try to present this for until you found this guy who decided it was a great idea to show your faces to the world instead of just locally?
what were you trying to accomplish by contacting a lawyer?
The posts and the things that were put on the internet about us, as far as us being thieves and different things with our image. We had went to the sheriff when this originally started.
Oh yeah, not this judge, but the prior judge decided, because they had other counts they wanted in on this, including, well, our images has worth. So we demand money for him using our faces. And the judge, the prior judge, said the only reason why your images has worth is because Afroman put worth to it. So basically, the prior judge said, you have no worth. Monetary worth.
Mr. Foreman had an attorney, well, he's had two attorneys prior to this one. We had the sheriff contacted, try to get it stopped. Then again with the next one, then again with this one. So our only other alternative was to try to file some kind of suit.
And that's why you ultimately decided to file suit to get it to stop?
Yeah, that was our last alternative.
Has it stopped?
It's gotten much worse.
You were...
Really? It got worse as you filed a lawsuit, bringing new and more attention to it. Streisand effect? Idiots.
part of the team that executed the warrant on Mr. Foreman's property?
Yes, sir, I was.
Did you steal any money?
No, I did not.
Did you have anything to do with the money that evening?
The only thing I had to do with the money, I sat in the kitchen and talked to Mr. Foreman's wife.
Mr.
And-
Foreman's wife, Angela?
Yes,
Now, let me just stop you
or
there.
ex-wife.
Oh, thank you. Ex-wife. Let me stop you there for just a second. How did Angela Foreman end up being in the kitchen of the home that evening?
I don't know which supervisor it was that let her come
Your
in.
Honor, I'm going to object to this line of questioning. If the search warrant is not going to be an issue, if we want to open that door, then I will ask to present that evidence and make that case. But Mr. Klingler now wants to bring up who everybody is there. So if he wants to open that door, I'm going to ask for the same latitude upon my presentation of the case. And I think the court has already made it clear, we are not litigating a search warrant.
I'll withdraw the question. I don't need to know how she got there, Judge.
Just for everybody's benefits, they both pushed beyond what I was willing to do, so let's try to keep it focused. Thank you for withdrawing the question.
Thank you, Judge.
Think again.
You were explaining what you had to do with the money that evening, so go ahead.
I was sitting in the kitchen on a stool, I believe. Brian Newland brought in a package that he said contained money, laid it there, and asked me to keep an eye on it.
Okay.
And
Who was in the kitchen? Sorry, who was in the kitchen with you?
Mr. Foreman's wife,
Okay,
or ex-wife, I'm not sure.
just the
what
two of
says.
you at the time?
Oh, there's people in and out.
Other deputies?
Other deputies coming in
All
and
right.
out, going back and forth to the cars to get different items. Sergeant Walters came in at one time and talked to Mr. Foreman on the cell phone.
Okay. So back to the cash. You were asked by Detective Newland to keep an eye on it, and what happened then?
Well, that's what I did. And then a short time later, Mr. Newland came and got it and secured it somewhere.
And that was the extent of your...
Yeah, I never touched the
Contact.
money, never was even really close.
All right. Now, you mentioned earlier your reason for contacting a lawyer in this case. I want to just jump ahead right now to how these posts that referred to you and the other deputies as thieves, has that affected your reputation in the community, do you believe?
Absolutely. There's no doubt it is.
Well, tell us what makes you think that.
You know, to understand that, you got to go back before this happened. We would go on calls. You very seldom ever have any trouble with anybody. Very, very rarely. You might get a drunk that was smart off or something of this nature. Then he starts calling us thieves on the internet, starts selling merchandise with our photo on it. So now when you go into a bar for a call, you've got people in there screaming, hey, you going to steal all of our money, you know, or you go on a call. I had one guy come out of a bedroom after me, call me a thief, wanted to know why I stole Afroman's money. It just went from being a nice, quiet community, a job you felt safe in, to a place where you had to look over your shoulder every second.
Do you, based on what you've explained and what you've been through, do you think some of these people who called you thieves really thought you were?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Did you receive any phone calls about this?
I would answer the phone at the sheriff's department because they were overwhelmed. I remember one day there was over 300 calls threatening us, calling us thieves. So we would have to go over and help dispatch because they were overwhelmed. There's only 2 dispatchers. So yeah, they didn't call me directly, but I answered the phone. They would cuss me, threaten to kill me, threaten to kill my kids, threaten to kill my wife. And it got to the point to where my wife and my children couldn't even go to Walmart. You couldn't go into a gas station around here. My youngest daughter would hear the dogs bark at night and come in my room, wake me up terrified that somebody was there to kill us. Because even though they were young, they're still on Facebook. They still see this stuff. And it was just one after another after another. And when it would start to slow down, he would go back and do it all over again and get it all started again. Just like he did a couple of days ago.
Are you aware of posts that are continuing to come out as recently as yesterday?
Some I are.
I'm going to put my objection in place here. It'll take a second. So Ohio law has changed since April of 2025, providing more protections under the anti-suing. With that, we would have a 60-day notice.
So I sustained your objection. You can sit down. Thank you. I think at some point in time, we draw the line. I just drew the line of what's evolving in the public. Like we started this trial yesterday, so let's try to stay before yesterday. You're all doing a fine job.
Thank you, Judge.
Fluid.
Yep.
The trial can't be that. Stay.
The judge just ruled against himself. He's saying, yeah, it's okay to talk and show recently posted things up until now. No, the law is from June 2025, which changed the scenery of these kinds of cases. This case started and stopped with what took place in 2023, with the songs, with the commentary, with the stuff. Either everything after is gone, or everything after is in, and you get a reversal on your hands, Judge. This wishy-washy, this is not a good judge.
Are there any other examples that you can think of as you sit here today of ways that these posts about being a thief have affected you in a negative way?
One of the things that really kind of upset me, I was doing an investigation as a detective, and I had to go all the way up to eastern Ohio on the Pennsylvania border. And when I walked into the deputy's room up there to talk to them, they all knew me, all knew that I'd been called a thief, lemon pound cake. You know, it's
well, the deputy is there.
You can go anywhere and
gave you a hard time.
They start that stuff, whether they're being sarcastic or what. But
and
sarcasm is protected speech. And you just went into your fellow officers who gave you a hard time.
Has your image, your face been posted on some of these posts along with or in the context of the thief accusation?
Well, according to he has posted my image, yes, several times on the internet. he sold merchandise, sweatshirts, T-shirts, things of that nature at all of his venues. They were, matter of fact, they were for sale at a smoke shop here in town.
Okay. Those are all of my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Cross-examination.
John, for the sake of the record, we have to keep things straight because there is another plaintiff named Sean. correct?
Absolutely, yes.
So do you mind if I call you Sean or Sean Cooley during this time?
Whatever you like. Well, let's rephrase that. Yeah, that'd be fine.
Oh, really? You can joke about it,
I
sir.
like to pick right up with this visit to the Pennsylvania border. You said they knew you as Lemon Pound Cake.
Yeah, that was what they referred to me as, a person.
And they asked you for your autograph, correct?
One of them did, yes.
And so Your Honor, if you could have a sidebar about the Exhibit D that defense intends to exhibit.
Okay, sounds good.
That would be sidebar counter 3. For you who are completely new here, yes, I have a sidebar counter on the trials I cover. Some trials have less than others. This is one of them. Others have more, like the YSL trial, who had close to 500. Skip. Oh,
You got it, defense exhibit D.
Yes. I don't think we'll have to stop until
Let's eliminate all doubts.
I'll ask a couple of questions. So, Mr. Cooley, or sorry, Sean, you were called Officer Pound Cake by Mr. Foreman?
Multiple times.
You
You
were
received hundreds of pound cakes at work from different people.
Okay. And the content
you were given presents. You got free cake. You're basically Fluffy, who gets chocolate cake because he made a joke about it in one of his shows. And here you are, Officer Pound Cake, getting free cake. I would love to have something sent to me for free because of a nickname. Please call me Mr. Money in that case. If we have to, if we can choose what should be sent to me, if I can choose, call me Mr. Money.
text of that name comes from a music video that Mr. Foreman created, correct?
I don't know where he got it at, but.
Really?
Ask him that question.
Well,
Oh, are we going to show it?
Defense Exhibit D. I'd like you to watch this.
Okay.
Oh.
And this guy, Officer Pound Cake, is supposed to tell us he had no idea why people call him Pound Cake Man. Oh, specify what type of money? American dollars? You know, in order to avoid being copyright claimed, it's an amazing song. All right, let's see here.
Stop it there. So you've seen Exhibit D, correct?
Mhm.
You would admit that's you with the glasses walking by a lemon pound cake on the counter?
Yes,
And that is security footage from the search of Mr. Foreman's residence?
I assume, yes.
But there's no question that's you during the search.
Yes.
There is question.
No, that was me, yes, absolutely.
So during the search, Mr. Newman asked you to watch the money,
Correct,
and you watched that money until he came back and got it.
absolutely.
I'm gonna play what's gonna be Defense Exhibit E. If you'd like to sign block.
And out. Sidebar number 4. Meh, 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 meh.
But you were caught on body cam. Oh, you didn't, huh?
No,
But you were caught on body cam that time, right?
what do you mean caught?
So other officers who wore body cam you would be seen on that body cam, correct?
Yes. So if I was close to them, I would have, yes.
Oh, let me play this clip for you. So, off to the extreme left of here, we just saw a gentleman. Was that you?
Yes, I believe so.
So you are in this body cam footage.
Could you run it back just a second and let me see?
Let me start it over.
Okay, that'd be fine.
So, just for the sake of the record, we see two people in this video. Do you know who the lady is?
Yeah, I believe that's Mr. Foreman's wife, ex-wife.
Who's the other gentleman in the doorway?
I can't tell, but I don't know.
Would it appear to be Kenneth Dick?
It could be, it's just not,
Well, actually, maybe look at this. I think this is a better image of it.
yeah, it does appear to be Kenny, yes.
Because it is dark on my screen here. Okay, so on the extreme left, we see a gentleman there. Is that you?
Yes, it is.
Is that
And
the
this would be
evidence
during the
bag
search of Mr. Foreman's residence,
you're
correct?
holding?
Yes,
Are you holding the evidence bag? Are they leaving the kitchen with the evidence bag still on the kitchen table?
Looking at the table here in the bottom right-hand corner,
Mhm.
is that the evidence bags with money?
Yes, sir, it is.
And
Those
they
are the
left.
Evidence bags you were just testified to that you watched the entire time for Mr. Newman?
It's a evidence bag, yes.
So it's not the money evidence bag.
It is the money evidence bag, yes.
And he left.
And you're watching it right now and you're looking at it.
Yes,
And you're walking outside now.
okay.
The person's following you. Sean, it would be a fair statement to say you didn't watch that money the entire time that Brian Newman left it in your possession, correct?
No, you are correct. But you can also hear me tell another deputy, keep an eye on that money. If you want to play
Which
it back.
deputy was that?
I don't know. I have no idea, but you can hear me and see me talking to another deputy before I walk out.
The guy walking right behind you would have been the one.
No, I was looking.
Are you kidding me? Everybody, keep an eye on it. Okay, who was the last one then? We don't know. Oh, really? So where's the fucking money? How would it be reasonable to believe if it was counted, it was written down $4,390. Eventually, it goes to evidence locker, and then it has to be handed back to Afroman. And all of a sudden is $4,000 even. $390 missing. Is it reasonable to believe, since it was in the hands of police officers, that it disappeared while in the custody of police officers? And no chain of custody. Just keep an eye out. Over $4,000. Just keep an eye on it.
The guy behind me would have been behind me. Just play it back and this is it.
Let's replay.
Okay.
You said you're not worried, no one's here.
No.
Well, let's
I
replay.
believe I told him to keep an eye on the money before that.
Okay, let's play it again. Let's start at, well, let's go back to, did you agree that 0:16 seconds in?
Yeah,
it'll
that's
be after
fine.
that?
Yeah. Mhm. Did you hear it say, what's the money?
No, that's-
Before it said, I'm not worried, there's no one in there.
Yeah, that's what you said.
That's why I said yes. Yes.
So the person asked you about watching money. You said you weren't worried because no one was in the place.
It does appear that way, yes.
For the record, 35.47 to 36 minutes even. I got it.
Thank you.
Well,
Now, I'm going to say this. I'm going to ask a question. I do not want you to tell me anything you have talked with any attorney with Mr. Klingler or his associate. I do not want to know that. But I do want to know, you said you were looking for an attorney in the fall of 2023, correct?
We all were.
Okay. And so you employed an attorney to send a cease and desist letter prior to sending lawsuit, correct?
No.
the testimony was fall of 2022. The litigation was filed in March of 2023, just to make it record.
Yeah. Let me rephrase that then. So when I mistakenly referred to fall of 23, it was actually fall of 22, correct?
What was the fall 22? I'm not sure what
You
you're
started looking for an attorney in the fall of 2022.
asking. I believe, I don't think I'm the one that made the original call for an attorney.
Okay.
It was one of the other deputies. We had discussed it. We had to have permission from the sheriff at that time to do anything.
You took some of the phone calls, the threatening phone calls, correct?
In dispatch.
Did you make a report of those?
They were all documented, yes.
And they investigated and traced the calls?
Couldn't trace them. They were all ghost numbers or showed up as no phone number at all.
So nobody was ever prosecuted? No one was called in to?
Well, they couldn't find them. They don't have any idea who they were.
All of them?
But you're not saying that was Mr. Foreman making the call, correct?
I don't know whether he did or not. His rhetoric led up to it.
People, during your significant time as a law enforcement officer, the public has criticized your duties, correct?
Yeah, some, yeah.
You've been called a lot of derogatory names.
Not really.
This may sound stupid, but I believe it applies to myself. We're not the thinnest people in the world, are we?
I'm going to call you fat, but okay.
I was calling myself fat. But you would agree that we're not thin people.
Absolutely.
And you would agree that how you conduct yourself during a search and everything reflects directly on your reputation?
Absolutely.
You don't believe everything you read on the internet, do you?
No,
You actually probably don't believe everything you read in the newspaper, do you?
no.
You would agree that Exhibit D that I played, the song Lemon Pound Cake, is a music video for entertainment?
There again, he made accusations that I smoke weed on there, which I don't.
So
So that was a lie as well.
So you are suing based upon him saying you smoked weed in the song?
No, I'm just saying that
By the way, I'm just checking here. $390 is if this was, let's say, somebody in Ohio is asked, hey, I have a bag here with $4,390. It's caught on camera. Can you hold on to it for an hour? Then you come back after an hour and there's only $4,000 in it. You would assume he took $390. That would be a first-degree misdemeanor in Ohio. Under $1,000, it's petty theft. That is up to 180 days in jail and or up to $1,000 fine. Yeah, conversion or civil theft. But if $390 go missing in the hands of police officers, an investigation performed by the cops, not the same cops, but basically the same people, the police officers, and they say, it's a counting error. And they have immunity. Yeah.
So that
Goes
statement
along
is
with
not
some
part of
the
this
other rhetoric he's
lawsuit.
done.
Let's let him finish.
Okay.
I say that goes along with some of the other rhetoric that he's told about us, lies he's told about us.
Okay. Could that be exaggeration to make the song funny?
I don't think it's funny.
Would a reasonable person listening to that believe that Mr. Foreman is stating facts?
You don't know what somebody's thinking. You wouldn't think we'd get 300 calls a day threatening to kill us. Somebody's buying into it.
So when Jerry Reed sung the song, when you're hot, when you're not, and the judge said that to him right before he sentenced him to prison, that's an actual fact, or is that an exaggeration
So
for
we're going to
entertainment?
strike all that because we don't know anything about that case, and he's not going to become a witness. So until you establish a foundation that he knows what you're saying, you don't get to testify.
Your Honor, there was no objection.
So set it up right, I'll let you do it.
Mr. Cooley, what is your favorite genre of music?
60s.
Give me an example of a song.
Freebird, American Pie. Skinner.
Is the song American Pie, you've listened to it, correct?
Multiple times, yes.
Is it literally about a pie?
No.
It's more about something else.
Yes.
It's for entertainment.
Yes.
And you were entertained by it.
I like the lyrics, yes.
And you don't, in that song, American Pie, do you believe that was fact?
The what was fact?
What was said in that song?
No.
Fucking da.
This may sound stupid, but when people talk about dirty defense attorneys, are they just saying I didn't wash my suit, or are they exaggerating?
I don't know what's on their mind.
It would probably be an opinion, though.
There again, I don't know. Maybe they know something on you.
Like I didn't take a shower that day?
Well, that or you've done something you shouldn't be doing.
So when a person yells crooked cops, they may be just referring to cops in general doing bad things?
It could be.
Okay. Expressing their opinions about what they think?
They could be, yes.
Okay. So I'm going to get this straight. So you're saying that being called Officer Pound Cake has colored you in a false light, correct?
No.
Okay, so being called Officer Pound Cake has nothing to do with this lawsuit.
No.
So the only thing that you're saying painted you in a negative light is the general comments calling the Adams County Sheriff's Department thieves.
They're
correct?
calling me a thief.
So there is a specific post that calls you a thief.
There's photographs of me on it, and he's accusing all of us of being thieves. So that incorporates me as well.
So it refers to the Adams County Sheriff's Department as a group then, and you're part of that.
Just members of the sheriff's department, not the entire sheriff's office.
And you
But it doesn't list your
can't
name.
defame an organization.
Yeah, there's posts that list my name, I'm sure.
You mean you're sure?
I'm pretty sure that there was some that had my name on it. I mean, I don't recall which ones, but
We haven't introduced any to evidence by your attorney. What posts are you referring to? I need a date and time.
I don't know. I'm just saying that there could be. I don't know.
There could be, but you don't know.
Right.
Do you mind keeping your testimony to what you know, not what you're guessing at,
Yeah, I have been as far as I can.
as far as you can? So in your defamation claim would be based solely on being called a thief as a group of people, and you're one of those groups.
I'm concerned about me being called a thief as well as my fellow officers.
They get their chance. Let's talk about you.
Right.
But that's the sole basis of your defamation claim?
Being called a thief?
Yes.
That's the majority of it, yes.
But not being called Officer Pound Cake.
No.
And may I have a second? Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
Redirect?
No regret.
Thank you, Chris.
Wise choice. Do not redirect. That was Officer Poundcake. And here's someone. Next witness.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? As this, you shall answer unto God.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Would you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
I'm Randy Walters.
And Mr. Walters, how are you currently employed?
I am a sergeant with the Adams County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been a sergeant?
I'm not for sure the date that I was promoted to sergeant. I've been with the Sheriff's Office since 2010, I think it was.
Since 2010?
Yes,
How long have you lived in Adams County?
my entire life.
You went to school here?
Yes,
Do you have family here?
yes, I did.
You have a wife and children?
I have a wife, 4 daughters, and 2 little boys, or 2 sons.
So 6 kids altogether.
Yes.
Are all of those your own kids?
We are a little bit of a mixed bag. I have 3 biological kids and 3 children that I adopted through foster care, yes.
What are the ages of your children?
Oh,
My little boy, who's biological, is 10 years old. My next daughter is
okay. So this is the guy who was having some commentary about having sex with a black man. His wife, something of the sort.
14 years old, who is adopted, and I have a 17-year-old that's adopted, an 18-year-old that's adopted. My 22-year-old son is biologically mine, and my oldest daughter, who's 26, is mine. They're all mine, but biological and otherwise.
Yeah.
And I've had the girls since my 14-year-old was about 2 months old.
And this will become relevant, I think, just a little later, but I'm going to ask you about the race of your adopted kids.
So 2 of my adopted daughters are biracial Hispanic, and my youngest adopted daughter is biracial African American.
And your youngest is the 14-year-old?
Now she's 14, yes.
And in the fall of 2022, she would have been
Around 11, I think.
around 11 or so. How'd you get into law enforcement?
My father was a police officer, and it's just something that I've always worked towards doing.
And you're the rank of sergeant right now?
I am.
And you took part in this search of Mr. Foreman's home back in 2022, is that right?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us just a little bit about what your role was in that search, just generally?
I was called in to assist with the search, and you have what's called an entry team. I was asked to come in and help with the entry team on the search.
Did you have anything to do with counting or keeping the money that night?
No.
Have you been accused of stealing money from Mr. Foreman's home?
Yes.
Oh
Can you
yeah,
look
this
at
is
exhibit?
this is the guy. They want an equal amount of money for Afroman saying, "I slept with your wife," or "I fucked your wife," which, according to the plaintiffs and their attorney, is equally bad as the guy who was called a pedo. So, in their view, it's equally bad to molest children and sleeping with a black man. In their worldview, as they express through this trial, it's equally bad to molest children as it is to sleeping with a black man, according to them, in their logic.
27, please. Before we, I don't know if we can do this, Natalie, but can we see the date and the number of views on this?
And be a lesbian. No, being a lesbian is worse. They are asking $1 million each for this guy and the guy who had the term pedo about him. But being a lesbian, that's worth $1.5 million, according to the attorney and the plaintiffs. So it's worse being a lesbian than assaulting minors in their worldview, according to the logic they apply to this trial. They are asking for $1.5 million for Lickham Low Lisa, but only $1 million for the guy with the PDF stamp and the guy who heard a song about Afroman fucking his wife. I don't get it, logic. I don't get why they are even trying. I mean, it's so stupid. And here I was saying, if there's one of these that has legs, it is the PDF thing in this entire trial. The only thing that I count as, yeah, I can see defamation here. It's the PDF thing, but not according to the plaintiffs. Not according to the plaintiff's attorney. No, being called a lesbian is worse.
System works if it's blocked by this gray bar, and the gray bar doesn't go away. Well, it's not.
All right, so well, let's just play it and see what happens. Thank you.
I pay taxes, I work daily, I get paid by Beetle Bailey, Randy Walters, private eye, I used to look his wife, Johnny Snowdy.
Could you see anywhere on there the date on this video?
It says 3 years ago, 727K on the views.
So it says 3 years ago. That would have been sometime in 2023, I guess. And did
Your
you,
Honor, I'm gonna ask, is there a specific date and time on this?
This one, I just with the way that on YouTube it doesn't show the specific date, but I can represent that it was the 23rd of October 2022.
And I would object to you representing Your Honor.
Okay,
So we don't know the exact date from this image when it was done.
from this image, no.
2023.
3 years ago, and did you say 727,000 views?
Yes.
And counting.
Now, we have 3 other exhibits that show the same clip on different platforms and dates. Is that right, Natalie? I'm just trying to figure out the most efficient way to do this. Can you bring up Exhibit 28 and just show us the first slide?
I work daily, I get paid by Beetle Bailey, Randy Walters, private eye, I used to look his wife, Johnny Snowdy.
All right. Now, when do we know when that one was posted? Can we see that?
I cannot make out when that one was posted. No.
Can you tell what platform that was posted on?
That's on YouTube, and it seems like 974,000 views.
All right. And is there any indication of a date that you can see?
Not with the words it's covering up
We'll
now.
have to figure out how to do that because it'll be doable.
Well,
All right. Can we
oh, October 4th, 2022.
you find it?
Yeah, when it was like, it says down below it, October 24th, 2022.
October 4th?
Whatever she did, it took the line down. You can actually see it.
It doesn't go away. Well, it has to be playing for the
You have to play the whole thing again, so let's don't do that. Well,
It didn't go away this time.
let's see if it'll go. There we go.
October 4th, 2022, 512, 574.
Thank you.
On the views.
October 4th, 2022. We got a date on that. Let's go to Exhibit 29. And before we, do we know what, can you tell what platform this
It
is?
says Instagram.
Instagram, and can we find a date?
I couldn't even tell you where to find one on Instagram. I'm
All
not.
right.
So, well, October 4th, 2022. It says right here.
All right, so
Your Honor, he says right here, could they please indicate where that is in this?
Yeah, you'll see a logo on the bottom corner. It says Afroman with a symbol in the middle of it. If you look just to the side of that, it says October 4th, 2022 with a heart with 1.1K and messages is 71.
okay.
I cannot read that from here.
Over just 1,000
Got the
views
date
on
that one. Let's go
Instagram.
to
That's
Exhibit
not
30,
good.
please.
You can record a fart on Instagram and it gets more than 1,000 views.
I work daily. I get raid by Beetle Bailey. Randy Walters, private eye. I used to fuck his wife, doggy style.
Do we know the platform on that one, Mr. Walters?
Is this the same video right here? It's still up because it's
Yes,
Instagram.
same one that's still up. Yes.
Instagram.
Instagram, and can you see a date?
September 25th, I believe, of 2022.
All right, thank you. And can we look at Exhibit 26?
That's why I want to like they got to do rich.
All right. And I guess we should identify the platform for that one. Can you tell what platform that is?
I believe it's Facebook, August 26, 2023.
Thank you. All right. Did you become aware of these posts, Mr. Walters, at or about the time they were posted?
Yes.
How did you become aware of them?
With my personal post, I found out from my children. And my daughter came home and advised me that she was getting messed with at school because apparently her mom is having sex with Afroman, and since she's biracial, that must be her daddy, along with being a thief.
And how did that affect you?
It's horrible. It's hard when your job that you're doing affects your family, which affects you. When you have a kid come home crying that's already been through a life, and now they're getting hazed and harassed because somebody thinks it's funny. Somebody knows it's not true. Been with my wife for 28 years. She didn't have an affair with Mr. Foreman. She didn't make my daughter with Mr. Foreman. But now my family has to be harmed because of straight up 100% lies. Where in the world is it okay to make something up for fun that's damaging to others when you know for sure it's an absolute lie?
Well, in your words, how I interpret them, it's an outright lie. Nobody believes it. Well, that's the point of the song. It's hyperbole. It's expression. It's like your mama joke. Do you honestly believe that every your mama joke has happened in real life? It's parody. It's sarcasm. It's commentary, because you were involved in a raid, a search warrant, and a search that was based on a confidential informant saying that Afroman had a woman locked up in his basement. And you enter the house and he doesn't even have a basement. And then money went missing. His doors fucked up. His stuff fucked up. How many times have this happened where the person you subjected this to wasn't an artist? Most of them, all but one. And you chose Afroman. Of all the people, you guys chose Afroman. And then you chose through your lawyer to put your ass on the stand saying, yeah, saying a black man fucked my wife is so offensive. And you have mixed race children adopted. And you are basically saying, no, you can't say white woman sleeps with a black man. That's offensive.
That's a problem.
Some of these posts that we've seen call you a thief.
Yes.
Did that affect you or your job in any way?
Yes. We as we've already heard, we can't go to calls, not figuratively every call, but the frequency of it, like people automatically, you're stealing Mr. Foreman's money. You illegally raided him. You've done all these things. You know, your wife's having sex with him. Is that why you stole his money? Never touched his money. It's been proven. He knows. We never
Somebody
touched
say
his money.
that to you?
Yes. You can't make these simple street arrests with people that are mouthy. I get that. But now there's just fuel to the rage. And then the fact that at the time I worked night shift, Adams County is a rural county. You do your work in your car a lot of the time. You do your paperwork in your car. Well, try to find someplace safe to sit when you're literally getting death threats because of lies. You're absolutely in fear for your safety to begin with as a police officer. But now intensify that because somebody is lying about a situation that they know the facts of. Now you
Did any of these calls, because when it comes to officers and their phones and dispatch, everything is recorded. Not a single recording of one of these threats has been presented in this trial. Not one of these threatening calls. Why? Because probably you didn't take it seriously until you had to say it on the stand.
you have to worry about because the calls, the comments, everything, all aligned. It created a situation that was uncalled for, that was unsafe and unhealthy for the officers involved. The problem I have is the respect for my family wasn't near the respect.
This is going to beyond a narrative. If Mr.
Overruled.
Foreman could ask a
Thank
question.
you. Responsive. Overruled.
Go ahead.
The respect for my family, including my law enforcement family, wasn't nothing like the respect I gave to his children the night of the raid.
Really?
I stopped.
Really? You showed respect to his kids by trashing their father's home? Is that respect? Or is it, oh, you shouldn't go in there while we are trashing your dad's place? Is that respect? You fucking moron.
What I was doing when his wife, who I know and have been friendly with for years as far as being associates, said, hey, somebody pulled, they were next door. Somebody pulled in and they're scared. I stopped what I did, what I was doing, and went and checked on his kids to make sure they were safe because that's a priority to me.
What? No. You went out there to hinder them from walking in and see what you were doing. That's not keeping them safe. And by the way, there's just cops in there. Shouldn't they be safe? No, you just wanted them out of there. So you could keep trashing the place uninterrupted.
But the same respect that was given to his family had no regard to mine or me. And that affects me because to see my family in distress because of my job is distressful to me. To have the public send you death threats over lies is distressing. And it was easy. Stop with the lies. But that wasn't enough. It's happening today. My kids came home yesterday because of new post,
Your
same
Honor,
thing.
I'm going to renew this objection again.
Yes.
It's beyond the narrative at this point, and further, this is now bringing in evidence that is beyond this.
We're not gonna allow like videos from yesterday. I get that. Last Friday, we have a video. I get what you're saying about the evolving nature of the conduct. That testimony is consistent with other people's experiences of the harm. But we're not gonna bring in the exhibits. We're not gonna bring in the content.
But they can testify about stuff that's happening at this time.
Yeah, it's the effect.
Okay, I
Not
would
the
register
content.
an objection for the record on
Got
that.
it. You're in. Next question.
This is insane. You're not allowing in the evidence because the evidence is improper due to the new law, but you're allowing the testimony about it. That's no. No. Well, it's a defamation. I mean, it's a defamation case. Regardless of what happens, it will be appealed. Regardless, from both sides. If he's found not liable, the plaintiff will appeal. If it's the other way around, Afroman will appeal. But as I've been watching this, the only person with a reasonable chance of success of appeal is Afroman, because this judge is horrible and inconsistent.
Had you finished your answer?
Yes.
Any other ways you haven't mentioned that you want to share about how these
It's a kangaroo
accusations
court.
of a theft and your wife having sex with Mr. Foreman have affected you or your reputation?
It's affected all of our reputations, from a baseless lie till now, that we are not thieves. We didn't steal his money. I never touched his money, but I'm in the group of thieves. We stole his money.
Then where the fuck
I
is
spoke to
the
him on the
missing
phone
money?
when he was concerned that he was going to be arrested that night. And apparently in some way on the phone, he didn't like my attitude towards not fixing his door. I'm sorry if you felt that I disrespected you in some way. I was explaining to him that we don't have the means to fix his door. We're leaving in care of his wife. But I also
You had a shit affidavit. You got a search warrant based on shit facts, which you knew were shit facts the moment you entered the place and discovered this place doesn't have a basement. Our confidential informant was full of crap, and you still went through it. That's not respect. But you have immunity because you're a law enforcement officer, so you can sit there and claim you showed respect. Fuck no. You don't even know the meaning of the word respect. You demand respect. You give nothing back.
cooled his fears that we're not coming to arrest you. Deputy or Sergeant Newland would like to talk to you. Get your attorney and come and talk to us. There's not going to be an arrest warrant for you. If we need to talk to you, we can find you. We can call you. You can come in. If arrest warrant would occur, turn yourself in, go through the system, and do whatever. Nobody's chasing you through the woods, as reported. Nobody's doing any of that. The respect that was given to him, which I guess is not required in society, was not put forward to us.
Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Did Afroman sue the city for damages? Afroman had countersuits. Now, the prior judge had scheduling issues. He had another trial or something. So this judge jumped in on this case last week, and the first thing he did, dismissing the countersuit. So we didn't get to hear the damages that Afroman was seeking and why. Because this judge decided, no, I love cops. And I'm going to put my thumb, both thumbs, my entire ass on the scale for these cops. And here we are.
For the record, you stated previously your name was Randy Walters.
Randolph Lee Walters Jr.
Okay.
I go
And
by
so
Randy.
you go by Randy.
Yes.
Do you mind if I call
Yes,
you Randy?
it's perfectly fine, sir.
So you extended Mr. Foreman a significant amount of respect that night.
I felt that I did.
If I show you some of the surveillance footage, can you explain how that shows respect?
Sure.
Do you want that one?
What's the exhibit number?
This will be exhibit F, defense exhibit F. This will be an excerpt of the security camera footage of Mr. Foreman for the kitchen of his home. Under time in question of August 21st, 2022.
Make sure we get counter time so we know what the court deals with, know what the jury saw.
Pardon me, I'm
Make
sorry.
sure we get the counter time so the court gets knows what the jury saw.
So I'll ask a couple questions before I wait for this down. So you took part in the search warrant execution.
Yes.
You were part of the breach team into Mr. Foreman's house.
Yes.
You had a riot shield like thing.
No, a ballistic shield, sir.
What's a ballistic shield?
It's a bulletproof shield. It's commonplace when doing raids that police officers get shot,
So
and it's a safety.
It's a riot shield. You just have another name for it. And what guns? Were you afraid to be shot because of your confidential informant lied to you?
device.
So it's a safety device shield about yay long with a little hole, a little window in it so you can carry it forward.
Yes.
So you see what has been marked Defense Exhibit F?
Yes. I see something on the screen.
Okay, so on that screen, does that appear to be the kitchen of Mr. Foreman's residence?
Yes.
And you would agree that that gentleman there with the firearm is Mr. Brian Newland?
Yes.
Okay. And so this would be the beginning after breaching the door?
From this, I can't tell what part of the entry it was.
Let me place more. Okay, so this would be starting security camera footage of 8/21/2022, starting at 8:13 and 4 seconds p.m. I've stopped it here because I'm going to ask a question. So you talked about a ballistic shield. Is that the ballistic shield you're referring to?
Yes.
And you would be behind that ballistic shield?
Yes.
You have the ballistic shield and you had the other cop go in front of you? Sir, that's not how riot shields are supposed to be the protection. You are supposed to be the first person through a door when you don't know what's behind that door. And you're behind the other officer. For the love of fuck, you incompetent moron. You're hiding behind other cops while you are carrying the riot shield or the ballistic shield.
So putting this image in perspective, you're behind the riot shield.
Yes.
Officer Cooley's behind, or sorry, Officer Sean Cooley's behind you. Brian Newland's in front of you. And John Grooms is going forward with the assault rifle.
Mhm.
And you're flipping off the security camera.
No.
That's not your middle finger.
No, do you know how to use the ballistic shield, or do you like me to tell you?
Let's watch it. Finger went down, right?
There's a light activation on that shield. It's 35
The
pounds.
finger went down, correct?
If you think I was flipping him off, you can think that that's not what it was.
Okay.
Let's look at that again. He's looking directly at the camera, finger up.
Let's watch it.
He looks away, finger goes down. You lying, incompetent sack of shit. That's, and if you say, oh, I'm properly trained at this, you're allowing people to go into unknown areas of the house in front of you while you are carrying the ballistic shield. There's no way in fucking hell that is according to training.
Finger went down, right?
There's a light activation on that shield. It's 35
The
pounds.
finger went down, correct?
If you think I split him off, you can think that that's not what it was.
Okay.
There is a light activation on the handle of the shield.
Mr. Walters,
Okay, go
ready
ahead.
for the question. So you were called a couple names by Mr. Foreman, one of those being, what was it, Beetle Bailey.
Yes, sir.
Does anyone believe you're Beetle Bailey?
Probably not. That's a drawn cartoon.
Beetle Bailey is a cartoon that's in the newspaper.
Sure.
Been there for years. So that would be an exaggeration. Okay. And when they call you a son of a bitch, that would be an opinion.
I'd say that would be an opinion.
Because there's no way we can prove whether you're a son of a bitch or not.
Yeah, she's been dead for years.
Sorry. I'm sorry about your mother. But you would agree, though, that when someone calls someone a son of a bitch, it's not necessarily a statement of fact. It's more a statement of opinion or a description of a person.
Sure.
Okay. Same thing with being called, I think it's Gomer Pyle.
Yes.
No one would think you're Gomer Pyle from the movie.
Obviously, that's a character in a movie.
Yeah. But you're not that person.
No.
This may sound stupid, but you've been a law enforcement officer for a long time, correct?
Yes.
You've been called many derogatory names, correct?
Over the years, yes.
You've been called a son of a bitch before, correct?
Not published, but yes.
Okay. You've been called other things even worse, correct?
I'm sure over the years I've been called many things.
Would it be fair to say that during those years, people probably said bad things about you and your family also?
You know, I honestly can't remember bad things being said to my family, but I can remember bad things being done to them.
Do you believe everything you read on the internet?
No.
Do you believe everything you read in the newspaper?
No.
You probably tell your kids, don't believe everything you hear, right?
Especially now.
Ta fucking da.
So are you testifying and claiming that because Mr. Foreman called you Gomer Pyle, you've been painted in a false light with the public? I'm taking it one at a time, so I'm going to get to
The
it.
Gomer Pyle?
Yes.
I'm not claiming that, sir.
You're not claiming that being called a son of a bitch is a claim you're pursuing that Mr. Foreman's called you.
Correct, sir.
Being called Beetle Bailey, you're not claiming that is part of defamation proceeding on that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And neither one of those three statements have painted you in a false light, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Well, I mean, it depends. I mean, it paints you in a different light than what you are, but correct.
So you're solely being painted in a false light due to Mr. Walters saying he had sex with your wife.
Mr. Walters does have sex with his wife. Mr. Foreman doesn't.
Good catch on that.
Yeah.
So you're claiming that is the defamation statement is that he said he had sex with your wife.
Yes.
Okay. And that's painted you in a false light.
It's caused tremendous pain in my life.
I'll get to that. We have to go through false light first. So does it paint you in a false light?
Yes, that my wife is cheating on me with Mr. Foreman.
But we all know that's not true, correct?
I don't know.
What? You don't know if your wife cheated on you with Afroman or not? Let's listen to that again. In normal speed. Let's listen carefully.
False light first. So does it paint you in a false light?
Yes, that my wife is cheating on me with Mr. Foreman.
But we all know that's not true, correct?
I don't know.
he doesn't know if his wife cheated on him with Afroman or not. That's his actual testimony. Oh, wow.
But you don't know if your wife's cheating on you or not?
You want to go there?
No, I just want to ask that question because you said we don't know. I just
Been
need
with
the
that
answer.
woman since middle school.
I know.
I would hope she wouldn't. But you know what? Once somebody puts it out there for their fun and entertainment, it's out there. And it's a problem.
So it's something we cannot verify the truth of? Is it a thing that can be verified, true or false?
Ask your client.
Your Honor,
This is not a person who should be a cop. He knows this is a trial. Is he allowed to be offended? Sure. But now he's being a cunt. He's a police officer who just testified that since it's out there, he can't say if his wife cheated or not. That's a guy whose reaction kind of says, I don't know if she cheats on me or not. And he takes it out on the attorney, who is there to do his job.
I'm going to ask for direct the witness to answer the question, yes or no, please.
That you don't like his answer doesn't mean he didn't answer.
He didn't answer the question. He told me to ask another person. That is not an answer to the question.
So ask him another question.
Okay.
That was his answer. You didn't like how it came out, but it was his answer. Okay.
Moron. Yeah, for fuck's sake, Judge. He's been asked a direct question that demands a yes or no. And you just said, just because you didn't like the answer doesn't mean it's a no. No. Judge, this is a fucking court of law, you ignorant motherfucker, where witnesses are sworn to tell the truth. They are directed to answer questions by both sides and answer truthfully. It's in the fucking oath. And you, Judge, just say, that doesn't matter.
Make him say something else. You can ask him another question.
We will get to jury instructions after I'm caught up with everything.
And so are you claiming that Mr. Foreman saying he had sex with your wife is a private fact about your life?
My family is a private part of my life.
About your wife?
Him having an affair with my wife would definitely be a private part of my life if that was occurring.
And that has affected your reputation?
Yes.
Okay. And so am I right in concluding that the other final statement that you are claiming that Mr. Foreman said about you that painted you in a false light is that you're a thief?
Yes.
Okay. And that stems from all the posts that and all the exhibits that Mr. Klingler referenced earlier?
That's what he showed.
The ones that talk about the police officers in general?
Yes.
Were you ever disciplined due to anything Mr. Foreman said?
No.
Ever passed up for promotion?
No.
This may be a stupid question. Were you a sergeant before or after the
Before.
search? Okay. Because I know you couldn't remember when, so I was just curious on that.
It was from before.
Okay. Have you ever talked to the People's Defender or Informer about the statements?
We were not allowed.
So you were not allowed by the sheriff of Adams County?
Yes.
And you had a cease and desist letter sent prior to January 1st of 2023?
I personally made no notification.
Okay.
Everything's been made through my attorney.
But that would be after January 1st, 2023, to your knowledge?
I'm not for sure the date.
If this lawsuit was filed after January 1st, 2023, you would agree then that it would have happened after that?
I don't know if they sent you guys a letter before or after they filed suit. I do not know that.
So that would be something I should ask another plaintiff?
Yeah, I didn't handle the paperwork. I don't know what date you got that, sir.
Okay. Do you agree that how you act during your job duties affects your reputation?
It does.
And I think I've asked this, but I'll ask again. The public has commented on your job duties in the past?
I'm sure they have.
They've been critical of you?
I'm sure they have.
Did you order Lisa Phillips to disconnect the security camera?
I don't, and I haven't reviewed the body cam since that event. I know that the intent, if I can, for the camera system is, in speaking with Detective Newland, that they thought there was some type of operation of narcotics transfers there. So it would be obvious that if there's a surveillance system, that would be on it. That camera system was disconnected with my multi-tool by Sergeant Phillips. I will trust in the fact, because I have not reviewed it, that I said, hey, disconnect it. I don't know for sure that I did, but I know that she used the multi-tool to disconnect it, and it was placed in the central area in that room for evidence to be collected, because it was to be collected. Because obviously, if you thought something was going on in the residence, you collect the surveillance system, you go later and get another search warrant. I didn't find out until a couple of days later that that was not actually collected.
It was left at the scene,
Yes.
but it was disconnected.
Yes.
And you were
To
standing
take
there
as evidence.
to take as evidence.
Yes.
But it was not taken as evidence.
It was not.
So the only thing taken as evidence, significant evidence, was the cash.
There was a jar of marijuana that was found in like the ball cap room, some cash, and some vapes, as I remember.
No one was arrested for threatening you, correct?
Not our choice, but no.
That was a choice made by the sheriff.
I can't tell you whose choice it was. I know that the agency as a whole was very upset and very concerned, and between the powers that be, whoever that is, there was no charges filed.
This may sound stupid, but being a son of a bitch is not a crime, correct?
No.
May I have a second, Howard? Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
Thanks, Mr. Osborne.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Walters, I'm going to put the body cam up again. I was frankly a little confused about what it was supposed to show, but explain to me what it was that Mr. Osborne said he thought he saw that you were explaining.
May I stand up, sir?
Yeah.
A ballistic shield weighs about 35 pounds. Okay, it's very big. One hand has your firearm, or if you're using it for something, the other hand, there's a bar like this. To activate the lights that's on the front of it, there is an activation switch on that shield. That's what occurred.
So so your finger moved or something?
Yes, that's how you activate the shield. And it's also 35 pounds. Once you're carrying it for a while, it takes a toll.
So were you trying to?
You just happen to use your middle finger while looking at the security camera to active. For the love of fuck, this is so stupid.
Flip the bird to his security camera or something? Or no? Are we trying to make a disrespectful gesture in any way?
No.
You were asked a lot of questions by Mr. Osborne about things you might have been called before, criticisms you might have undergone before. Has anyone called you a thief before and published it?
No.
Has anyone ever published a statement that they fucked your wife?
No.
Have your kids come home upset because somebody said Afroman was somebody else was their father at some point before this?
As recent as yesterday. Because everything is brought back up again.
Were you at Mr. Foreman's deposition?
I was not.
Okay. Those are all my questions. Then.
Recross?
Your Honor, I had to recross that, Mr. Walker.
Okay, go ahead, step down.
Thank you, sir.
You have a witness coming at 1 o'clock, right?
We do, Judge.
Okay, so we have lunch break till about 1 o'clock. Enjoy yourself. Don't talk about the case. Don't research. Decompress, whatever you mean. Get some fresh air, stretch. Don't deliberate early. Have a good lunch. Lunch early. I'll need the record again.
Okay, thank you.
I need the record just a moment.
You staying after duty or coming out?
Thank you.
Can I be a gun?
Okay.
Someone in the back room, do you know? They're coming out. Sorry, I didn't-
Play from 8:13:04 to 8:13:58.
I think that's correct, Your Honor.
So it looks like there was 54 seconds of time there. And then when we discussed that there's claims being dropped, the injunctive relief claim in count 6 is still in play.
That's correct, Judge.
But that's a judicial decision,
Yes.
a judge decision, not a jury decision. So the jury doesn't get instructed, but the claim's still active. It's the claim for the judge to decide. So just to make it clear, when they dismissed one claim, previously counts 1 and 2 were dismissed by the court. I'm not sure who was assigned at the time. We started out with 3, 4, 5, and 6.
So there, this judge is basically saying that he thinks count 1 and 2 should have been left in. Dismissing the prior judge's decision. That's bias.
6 is for the judge's side, that's injunctive relief. And then the plaintiffs dismissed the 4th claim. So if you're counting claims on the indictments, 3 and 5 go to the jury, and 6 is for the court.
So, count 4 dismissed by them themselves. Oh well. Now, finally. No. We get to this. Let's see here. Boost on. Captions on. 1.25. Here we go again. Or don't.
In this case, Mr. Klinger's got another preserved.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth. As this, you shall answer unto God.
I do.
Thank you. Please succeed.
So, who's this?
Okay. Go ahead. Mr. Klinger.
Thank you, Judge. Would you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
Certainly. My name is Mike Robinson. I'm a deputy sheriff at the Claremont County Sheriff's Office and been employed there for 35 years next month.
And can you tell us your current position and responsibilities with the Claremont County Sheriff's Office?
Sure. I'm assigned under the investigative section with the Claremont County Sheriff's Office. I'm an evidence technician. I'm a certified evidence technician through the Miami Valley Regional Crime Laboratory. I am a certified
I'm going to object. He's testifying to stuff that was not contained in the report that was provided to us, nor anything about his background was provided. This is improper to ask this at this point. It was not disclosed.
Mr. Klinger.
His name and his purpose here were certainly disclosed. I'm simply giving background information so the jury knows who's talking to them. He can certainly be cross-examined by Mr. Osborne if Mr. Osborne finds anything that he wants to question him about, but
Is there a written report?
there is.
Was that provided?
It was.
It was provided upon request, it's contained in my motion and limited email response to it and everything, noting the dates and times. There is no CV attached to it. He is asking stuff that would paint this gentleman as an expert. Expert requires at least 28 days notice prior to trial. It was never disclosed 28 days before, so it does not meet that. Asking him his training and everything, which we were not disclosed of, puts us at a disadvantage because we had no ability to research it, and we would object to that or paint him as an expert when it has not been followed per the rules.
He's going to be testifying as a fact witness, Judge, as to the investigation he conducted into the alleged missing cash in this case.
So the amended witness list is March 11. I don't remember the date of the first witness list. So as a fact witness, that's how I took him also. So his qualifications are relevant. I understand the objection. I overrule it. And you can go ahead.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah, it is. Thank you.
Continue, please. And your title is detective. Is that how we should refer to you? Or
That's, yes.
Detective Robinson, you were talking about your certifications, I believe.
Yes, I'm a certified evidence technician through the Miami Valley Regional Crime Laboratory. I'm a certified CVSA examiner, computer voice stress analysis for the last one.
That is for expert testimony, not fact witness. As a fact witness, all he has to do is testify how long he's been a cop, more or less. But the judge allows it.
25 years. I'm also a certified Part 107 drone pilot through the FAA, where I head up our Claremont County Sheriff's Office drone unit and flight missions operations. I'm also.
I'm going to object again. What does drone training have to do with this? Was there a drone flown? It was not in the report.
Maybe nothing.
It has to do with who he is, Judge.
Yeah. Not right on point, but
I'm also, I've been certified Cellbrite examiner, which is the conducting forensic cell phone data extractions. I also serve as a backup coroner investigator with the Claremont County Sheriff's Office, or a coroner's office.
Thank you, Detective Robinson. Did you have occasion to conduct an investigation into an alleged missing amount of cash at the Adams County Sheriff's Department, the evidence room in particular?
Yes.
And just tell us how you became involved in an investigation into that.
I was contacted by our administration, who was contacted by what I believe to be the former sheriff, Adams County Sheriff Kimmy Rogers, to conduct an investigation involving the alleged missing money.
And can you explain to us what your investigation consisted of? What did you do?
Well, I met with Sheriff Kimmy Rogers.
How is this allowed in if the defense aren't allowed to? This is so much inconsistency with this judge. So much. But hey.
Rogers, and I wanted to conduct an audit, actually, of the property evidence room that consisted of monies that would be brought in or had been brought in by deputies, detectives, agents, and so forth. So we were given, when I say we, my partner and I, were given full access to that, where we counted monies that were brought in from other investigations and so forth.
And is it fair to say that your investigation really focused on an alleged cash discrepancy from a search warrant that had been executed not too long before your investigation?
That's correct.
And can you tell us any more about that investigation? For example, does the name Brian Newland ring a bell to you?
Yes. We were forwarded video footage, body cam footage of the search warrant that was conducted. And I focused attention to the body cam footage that involved the money count. And when I say money count, there were actually two money counts. There was, from the body cam video footage, there was money that was collected from one room of the home. And there was other monies that were collected from another, what appeared to be another room of the home. So you had a money count in this room that totaled a certain amount. And then you had a money count in another room that totaled a certain amount.
And do you remember what the alleged discrepancy was? Maybe not in terms of numbers right now, we'll get to that, but just in general, what was the problem? There was something, an amount was recorded that didn't actually comport with the amount of money that was there. Is that?
That's correct. So what was reported altogether was $400 missing, alleged to be missing.
No.
$390 from the first money count, from the one room money count, and $10 from another money count from the other room. So that totaled the $400.
All right. And did you review, you mentioned you reviewed some body cam. Do you know whose body cam footage that was?
That was Detective Newland's body cam.
Okay. And you reviewed that body cam?
I did.
And were you able to come to any conclusions after your review of that body cam?
So the body cam footage that I reviewed in the one room that was counted as $4,390. I reviewed that body cam footage, and it was clear to me that there was a miscount of $390.
And can you explain to us what it was about the body cam footage that led you to that conclusion?
Well, it's just also not the video footage. It also includes audio. So video and audio together assisted me to determine this, but it's clearly on video. If you want me to explain.
Please do, yeah.
So what Detective Newland does in counting this money was, you can see as he starts, he lays two $100 bills on the ground. You can clearly see that. And as he's counting the money, you can see it in body cam video, such as I'll demonstrate as I'm talking. And you can hear him count. With $200 on the ground, you can hear him count 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then he shuffles the money. And then when he lays down on the $200, he lays a single $100 bill down, and now he's counting 7, 8, 9, 10. So what he's counting as $1,000 is clearly that he only has $600 in the pile. And as he continue on with the body cam video footage, he makes piles of 100, and there's several piles of 100, hence over $4,000. But as he's collecting the money from the piles that he made, he collects. You can clearly see on body cam where he's collecting as $100. It actually contains $110. Now you can clearly see this on body cam video where there's a $50 bill underneath 3 20s. He picks that up and he collects it as 100, but it's clearly 110. He had a pile over to, in the video footage, you see it on his left side. He's got a pile over there and he counted of $90. So he has 3 piles of 100s now in front of him. He picks that up and he picks up what he collected as $90 and he calls it $390. So he writes down on a piece of paper $4,390, when in fact the $390 doesn't really exist.
And your review of the body cam convinced you that that was the source?
I'm not a math person, but this explanation does not actually count 4,390. And subtract the things that he was wrong with is not 390 either.
Of the discrepancy between the $4,000 that was actually in the bag and the $4,390 that was written on the bag?
Absolutely.
Now you mentioned a second pile of money, or a second bunch of money that was collected from another floor or another room. Can you tell us about your investigation into that alleged discrepancy?
Yes. So in watching that body footage, now this is the monies, I guess, that were uncovered in another room of the home. I could not make a determination like I could on the other count. It just didn't provide me a clear, it was counted as $641 was what was written on the packaging material that was used, and counted as $641. When in essence, I believe when it was returned to the homeowner, I believe $631 was actually in the bag, a $10 discrepancy. I couldn't account for that on body video or the audio display, so I couldn't come to a conclusion to that amount.
So you, for this $10 discrepancy between 631 and 641, you were not able to determine one way or the other.
That's correct.
What happened to that money?
That's correct.
On the $390 discrepancy, you were able to conclude what happened?
Absolutely.
And did you
Nobody's
draw any
surprised.
conclusions at all about the $10 discrepancy, even though you couldn't see anything on video?
Yeah, I didn't conduct an interview with Detective Nolan. I didn't find it necessary, but I couldn't come to a conclusion of the 10. And I don't think it would be so far forward for me to conclude that that might have been a miscount. But again,
in my area of law, labor and employment, I have been on numerous occasions. I had to fight for weeks, sometimes months, for a person's job where the claim was lesser than $10. And here's just counting error. No, this is stupid. And it all boils down to that the moron cop, we had so much to do, so I didn't count it twice, or 3 times, or 5 times. I didn't ask somebody, hey, can you check if I counted correct? Because he did not care. Yeah. And this is, as Gwendolyn says, you'd think they'd separate each bill into same amounts, 100s in one pile, 50s in a different, etc. Then write it all down, then recount. Yeah, which was exactly what another cop testified to. You separate the bills, you count them separately, and then you add.
and I couldn't come to that conclusion. I don't know.
Okay, fair enough. And did you know Detective Newland before you started this investigation?
No.
Did you know anybody or have any relationship with anybody who was involved in this, in the cash that you were counting and investigating?
No.
Did you issue a report as a result of your investigation?
I did.
And is that report part of, kept in the public record as part of your normal duties as a detective?
Yes.
Could we have, what exhibit is that, Natalie?
31.
Thank you. Okay, we're showing you exhibit 31, Detective Robinson. And it looks like, first of all, do you, from this little snippet we're looking at here from the first page, do you recognize this as part of the report you issued?
I do.
And it looks like,
I'm just checking here. Look at this. Okay, new report. Okay, more about the report. Talking about the report. Talking about the report. Where's the fucking video? Why didn't they show the actual video? So I'm skipping ahead to cross-examination here.
Dates on audio 390 and records on a piece of paper $4,390. Though he records $4,390, the video audio suggests to me that he actually has $4,000. I believe this accounts for the alleged missing 390 associated with item number 1.
all right, thank you. And then you also describe your conclusion with the second bag, and I don't know.
Piece of paper. I don't recall if it was written on the bag.
And he puts it in the bag then? Is that your
I
understanding?
believe that's what was done.
All
Yes.
right. And the video shows that.
Yes.
Detective Robinson, was your report available to the public if anyone asked for it?
I would believe it would be. Yes.
Do you know if Mr. Foreman here or anyone else associated with him ever asked for a copy of your report?
I wouldn't know that.
Why would they need to be asked? Why not just show it? Yeah, as Gwendolyn says, they're only showing the report. That we only hear his testimony. The actual video? No.
I don't know that.
That, for me, lack of foundation. Motion to strike his testimony in its entirety. Because here's the thing. The jury are the fact finders. He isn't. He can only present his opinion. Now the jury, and then the jury should be shown the video so they themselves can see, is he telling the truth? That makes him the fact finder, not the jury. That's a clear appellate issue, in my opinion.
Okay. Those are all my questions. Thank you very much.
And cross-examination.
So Detective Robinson, you did an investigation into, at the request of the Adams County Sheriff at that time, correct?
Correct.
And you actually went farther than he asked for. You actually went and did a complete audit of all 66 money bags in evidence.
I wouldn't say that that was farther. It was part of the investigation.
So he asked for you to audit.
That was my idea.
Okay, that's what I'm getting at. And out of the 66 exhibits, did you attach to your report a itemization of them?
Correct.
Okay. And each one you say the amount stated and the amount counted and whether it matched or not?
Correct.
You also indicate if the bag was sealed or not?
I did not indicate that, but they were all sealed when we examined them.
Okay. Oh, okay. So I'm putting, this is a further amount of exhibit 31 of the plaintiff. And so this would be the spreadsheet that you attached to your report?
Yeah, and actually, yeah, that's correct. And it obviously states that there were some found what we indicated to be open.
And that would be unsealed?
Yes.
So there were unsealed evidence bags in the evidence locker. Unsealed. Jesus.
So when it says open on here, it means unsealed?
That's what we put in there, yeah.
Did you note whether each evidence bag actually had like the number of denominations, like 7 $5 bills, 10 $10 bills? Did
No.
you note that?
No.
Okay. Did you get a chance to observe the packaging that the original money was in that was returned to Mr. Foreman?
I believe so. I don't recall what that looked like, but I believe we had that ability, yes.
So you don't remember if there was the bills written on it, so many 5s, so many 10s and such?
I don't.
But if you had noted that, that would be in your report?
Not necessarily.
Why not?
I'm concerned with the total amount, really not, I wasn't concerned by denominations, but I don't recall if that was on the packaging or not.
But you would agree if you put the number of denominations of each series of bill that was in there on the front of the bag, you could determine whether you miscounted or not just by doing multiplication.
I'm not sure. Perhaps, maybe.
You're not sure you can do multiplication, or you're not sure that you can count up that?
Well, again, I don't know if those denominations were listed on the bag or not. I just know what the video clearly shows me.
So you're in time. So let's ask the question. There was 8 hours of body cam footage. How much body cam footage did you watch?
I watched all of the body cam footage, but focused my attention on the money count.
You watched all 8 hours.
I watched, well, I didn't count how long it was, but I reviewed I had the entire body cam footage. I reviewed the body cam footage, but I focused my attention on the money count. Now, if it was 8 hours, I couldn't say.
Okay. So, but you never put in your report anything about the money being left unattended or anything like that you saw in the body cam?
It wasn't my concern if the money was left unattended because, again, after reviewing the body cam footage and the count, and it was listed as $4,390. That's what was listed on the bag when the homeowner came to collect his money, and I believe to be $4,000 in that bag, and $4,000 was returned.
Okay. So there was a number here in your report. You talk about do you recall what the total amount that was listed on the bag one was? You said it was how much?
I don't know if it was listed on the bag or not. I know that he was writing down in the body cam footage on a piece of paper, and I couldn't tell what the number was, but I could hear what he was writing because he was saying it as he was writing it, 4,390.
Okay. So he wrote $4,390 on a piece of paper with the bills,
Yes,
and that was put in an evidence bag.
if to my recollection, yes.
And so your investigation, it's off by $390.
On that money count,
On
on
the
the first
first
count, item 1, yeah.
And then the second count is off by how much?
It was written as $641 or listed as $641, and I believe the money that was returned was $631 when they counted it. So $10.
Okay. But you can't determine today what happened with that.
That 10, no, sir, I can't.
But you do make an allegation in your report what happened to it, correct?
I indicated in my report that confirming the miscount of monies of $390, it would not be so far to believe that it was a miscount of that money. But again, I couldn't come to any conclusion of what happened to that $10.
You were covering up for your fellow officer.
So when you said in your report, therefore, due to the history of proven miscount of money with item 1, it would not be so far as to believe the miscount of money occurred in item number 2?
Correct, that's what I wrote.
But you never put anything in here after that that said that you could not determine that, and that was just your guess.
Well, I certainly couldn't determine it, but I didn't. That's not written in my report as word per word what you indicated.
Well, if your report's open to the public, shouldn't it be accurate?
It is accurate.
You're saying today, though, that you can't determine, but you said here in your report that you can determine. So explain to me what's accurate about that.
I indicate that it wouldn't be so far to believe that it was a possible miscount of the $10.
But it doesn't go on.
I'm just reading here. No, it only says this money appears to have been miscounted by the owner's attorney, claiming 621, while another counts 631, and the packaging indicates 641. Let's see here. I cannot determine from the body cam footage the amount possibly collected. Therefore, due to the history of proven misconduct of money, it would not be so forward to believe that a miscount of money occurred with item 2.
Farther in that same paragraph after that to say that you could not determine.
No, it doesn't say that.
Okay. That's what I'm saying. So that's
Okay.
not, this is not accurate to your testimony.
But that's exact. I mean, that's the fact. I cannot determine.
And so that should be in the report here.
I believe by reading that, you can believe that it cannot be determined.
That's how you read it.
That's how I read it.
Okay. And you went and interviewed Mr. Foreman, correct?
I didn't interview Mr. Foreman.
Who did you interview in relation to this?
I didn't interview anybody in this situation.
Not even Dee Russo, the evidence technician?
Yeah, she was with us when we did the audit.
So you interviewed her?
It wasn't an interview,
Well, what was it then?
just indicating of what, providing what we needed as far as the audit concerned and the money count. And she was with us when the money was being counted.
So not to be mean to Dee, but so she was what, just fetching and carrying the evidence for you?
Well, she's in charge of the evidence property room, and that's how we made contact with her.
But you didn't sit there and ask her what she saw when she counted the money when it was returned to Mr. Foreman?
I didn't ask her that, no.
I'd like you to look at the second to last paragraph. I submitted a subpoena for the raw footage from Channel 19. Why would you submit for the footage of a news agency when you could have interviewed one of the people standing in the room there because she was with you the whole time as the evidence technician?
Well, I thought the raw footage may involve some assistance in while counting money. So that footage was in reference to the money being counted or returned to the homeowner.
So that footage is more important than a witness who stood there, who had power over it, whose duty was the responsibility to watch that?
I think video and audio are just as important. Just as in this case where it's clear for item number 1 with a miscount of the 390.
Okay. But your audit showed a discrepancy of over 10% of all of the money and evidence, correct?
I think it was 66 items and 7 discrepancies, the largest one being $5. So whatever that percentage is.
Okay. So roughly about 10%.
Roughly.
And each one of those was only off by less than $10 either way, correct?
Yes, less than $10. It's $5 and less, yes.
Okay. So even by your own audit,
The second count, which is off by $10, is actually even an anomaly compared to the other 10% that was miscounted.
I'm not sure what you mean by anomaly, or are you saying it's unusual, or?
No, it's not it's unusual yet. So let's go back to your testimony.
Yeah, they have 65 items, bags of money. And all of those 65 are of 10% of them are off by a maximum of $5. And here, all of a sudden, they are off in just one count by $10, twice as much as the most in all of the others, and then 390. But yeah, sure, miscount.
Okay, so you testified during your audit, you had 3 that indicated less, with the most being indicated missing $5 as a miscount, correct?
That is correct.
You then found 4 that had more money than listed, with a highest being $2.40, correct?
Correct.
So $10 is more than you found in the 10% audit, correct?
Yes.
Who did you send a copy of your report to?
I can't recall if I sent any copies. I may have. I just don't recall.
You sent a copy to Mr. Foreman, though?
I don't recall sending a copy to Mr. Foreman.
Okay.
So nobody told Foreman the entire time we had an audit and we discovered it was a miscount. So how is Afroman supposed to know this and take that into account if nobody tells him? All Afroman knows is there's $400 missing. That's all he knows.
Did you look at the return on the search warrant?
I did not.
But as far as you know, it would have an incorrect amount of money on it due to the miscount?
The search warrant return should have $4,390 as one count and $641 as the other count.
Which adds up to over $5,000?
Yes.
So, okay. If I may have a second comment? Your Honor, no further questions for this witness at this time.
Robinson, we're going to pull up this report one more time, and let me ask you just a couple questions about it to clarify what happened here. What exhibit is this, Natalie? 31?
Yes.
Looking at exhibit 31 again, the last page of your report, Detective.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, but they don't play the video because they don't want the jury to see the count for themselves. That is highly suspicious. All right. Let's go to recross.
So, Detective Robinson, you found the news article of interest? Is that correct?
Yes.
More interest in interviewing anybody who was there, Brian Newland, Mr. Foreman, or anything?
I didn't find it necessary to interview them.
Okay. So this news article, though, would have occurred before Mr. Foreman got back his money, correct?
All I recall and what I documented is that it was a week after the search warrant execution.
Do you even know when he got back his money?
Not top of my head.
So you don't know if he got it back a week or 10 months later? Is that correct?
Well, he didn't get it back a week later.
So
Well,
when he
you
made
gotta-
that
I
statement,
just-
he
I
did not
can't
have his
recite to
money,
you.
correct?
I'm sorry.
When he made that statement to the news, he did not have his money back, correct?
I don't know that for sure, but I
Mr.
don't believe he
Robinson,
did.
How about, let me finish, it's easy to step on each other. Go ahead, Mr. Osborne.
Mr. Robinson, let's cut the crap on this. You said he didn't have back his money a week after the break, right?
I don't know when he got the money back. I don't recall the date. I'm assuming that it was a week after the search warrant execution that he did not have his money returned.
So when he made that statement, you would assume he did not know or have his money back from the police department at that time.
Are you saying he didn't know the amount of money,
I'm
or
asking you, based on what you just testified to, did he have back his money a week after the raid?
no? I don't believe he did.
Okay.
So all he knew, his money
did you
was
call Ken
gone.
Baker?
No, I did not.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect.
No redirect, Judge.
Go ahead, step down, thank you.
Thank you.
Horse shit.
Next.
The plaintiff's called Joseph Foreman as if on cross-examination.
Yeah, here we go.
You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, as the issue shall answer unto God.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Go ahead.
Oh, I've been
Thank you,
waiting
Your Honor.
all day for this.
For the record, would you give us your name, please?
My name is Joseph Edgar Foreman.
You are known under the stage name as Afroman, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you create music videos and do performances, is
Yes,
that right? How many states of the United States have you performed in, do you think?
All of them.
All 50?
Yes, sir.
And how many countries have you performed in?
I don't remember, but not all of them, but I've been to a few.
How many live performances did you do last year, roughly?
I don't know, possibly 250. I don't know, but I don't know. It's a lot of days, but I don't know exactly.
And you have a residence here in Adams County, correct?
Yes, sir.
You've been performing for 20 or 30 years, is that right?
All my life.
All right. And is it fair to say that one of the first big hits you had was But Then I Got High?
Because I got high.
Because I Got High? And do you think it's accurate to say that that song has had over 300 million views on YouTube?
Sounds right.
You have a large presence on social media, obviously, correct?
Depends on your definition of large. There's bigger people than me, but I'm all right.
And on Instagram, is it fair to say that you have 247,000 followers?
Yeah, I just got some of them the other day.
You got new ones coming all the time
Yes, not all the time, just here lately.
because the trial's coming up?
Yeah, all the publicity from the officers lawsuing me is running up my numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And on YouTube, you have almost 1 million followers, 983,000. Is that right?
I haven't looked. It was 977 last time I looked.
And on TikTok, you have about 392,000 followers.
I haven't looked at it, but that sounds kind of right.
You know when you post something that a lot of people are going to see it, don't you?
Yes.
When this search happened back in August of 2022, Mr. Foreman, you weren't at home?
No.
You were driving home from Chicago?
Yes.
And you got an alert from a family member that the sheriffs were there searching your home. Is that right?
Yes.
And you were able to turn on your phone and watch through your home security system what the deputies were doing for a period of time, weren't you?
Yes.
And is it fair to say you were angry and upset about this search?
I wasn't happy.
And is that why you posted the things we've seen this week, because you weren't happy?
No, I posted it because the sheriff's never supposed to raid my house in the first place. The whole raid was a mistake. All of this is their fault. If they hadn't wrongly raided my house, there would be no lawsuit. I would not know their names. They wouldn't be on my body. They wouldn't be on my home surveillance system. And there would be no songs, nothing. My money would still be intact. Nothing. So all of this is their fault.
And because they executed a search warrant on your home, that gave you the right to post the things that we've seen this week on the internet?
Because
Is that
they-
right? Is that right, Mr. Foreman?
yes, for
Yes.
tearing down my door, not paying for it, not being apologetic, me being a sport, doing something peaceful to raise the money to pay for their damages, me having the right of the freedom of speech as an American to talk to my family, friends, and fans about what the sheriffs did to my home. Yes, I had the right to my freedom of speech. After they left, I had the right to kick the can and to do what I had to do to repair the damage they brought to my house. Yes, I did.
That includes the right to post the videos that you've just been posting up until Friday and beyond, right?
Yes, I have freedom of speech. I'm a rapper. I entertain. I write fiction, comedy. Yes, I mean, I entertain for a living like you practice law for a living. So I have to go to work.
The deputies left a warrant return at your house, didn't they?
I think they left something with my ex-wife. I'm not sure.
Well, you saw, as soon as the search was over, as soon as you got home, you saw a document that showed exactly how much cash had been taken from the house, correct?
I know I got paid $5,000 for the show that suit was in. I forgot that money was in that suit. But, I heard, I don't know what piece of paper I heard. I knew they took some money. I just knew they took some money. I knew it was 4,000-ish. I knew they took some money and they seized some money and some weed and some, I don't know what else, just minor stuff.
You knew how much money was in that pocket when you came home and saw the warrant return, didn't you?
It was $5,000 from back when I did that show. I remember it was $5,000. But anyway.
So is it your testimony that they actually took $5,000 instead of $4,390?
No, I just know. I know when I did that show, it was with Snoop Dogg and Wiz Khalifa at Red Rocks in Denver. The balance of that show for me, they sent in a deposit, but the balance was $5,000. I put the $5,000 in my coat pocket. I got drunk, I got high, and I forgot to get that money, and I hung that suit back up, and that's where they got that money from.
So it was $5,000 they got?
Yes, it was $5,000 that was in my suit when I got paid in Red Rocks. Now, after all of this stuff, whatever, it's I don't really know the complete number. It's 46, it's 430, the number bounces up and down. But all I know is I got paid $5,000 at the Red Rocks with Snoop Dogg and Wiz Khalifa when I played the Red Rocks in Denver.
And you got $4,000 returned, right?
I don't know the exact amount.
Well, you were there with the news when you got it.
Right, and the lady at the sheriff's station admitted that the sheriffs was short. You can go watch the 19 News.
You knew when you saw the warrant return, didn't you, that the amount that they were saying was taken was actually more money than was in that suit pocket?
I didn't warrant.
That's why you brought the news to the sheriff's office when you got the money back, because you knew that they had miscounted the money and the number on the evidence bag was actually
I didn't know
more money.
nothing. The lady at the sheriff department just volunteered the information. I was sitting there, if she had been, I might not even known I got ripped off. She admitted it live on Channel 19 News that the money wasn't right.
You remember in your deposition when I asked you, why did you bring the news when you picked up the money?
Yeah, I didn't want to get beat up or Epstein at the sheriff's station after I seen him running around the house with AR-15s. So that's why I brought the news and my attorney. So to make sure I got out of that place with my money.
You brought the news to protect you.
Oh, this Mr. Attorney, I don't care what his name is. You are not as good as of a lawyer as he, Afroman, is good at entertainment. You're losing severely.
Physically.
Yeah.
Yeah. You didn't bring the news because you already knew there was a miscount and you were going to make.
I didn't know nothing about the discount. I didn't know. I figured they stole my money. They turned my cameras off. So if you turn my cameras off, you must got something bad in mind. So yeah, I'm accusing them of, they turned my cameras off. I can't see what they're doing.
So your testimony under oath here today to these 10 jurors is that you brought the news when you picked up your money to protect you physically from being beat up or shot by the sheriffs, right?
Yes.
All right.
And they volunteered the information that the money wasn't right. That's just an extra something we found out. But I came with my attorney and the news to make sure the people running around my house with guns didn't take me into jail and do something.
You had a safe in your home, correct?
2 of them.
2 safes. Did the sheriffs look into those safes, to your knowledge?
Yes, they
The
did.
deputies?
Yes.
And how did they get the combination?
I gave it to my ex-wife so the sheriffs wouldn't pull my safe out the floor, take it to the station and put something in it and try to say that whatever they put in my safe was mine. So I went ahead and gave my ex-wife, who I didn't want to give my combination to, it was just safer. I went ahead and gave her my combination so they could open up the safe and realize that they just vandalized somebody that don't even have nothing in the safe.
And do you know what was in those safes?
It was absolutely nothing in the safes.
Don't you keep jewelry in those safes?
No.
Didn't you tell me that in your deposition that you keep jewelry in those safes?
I do.
Was anything missing from the safes when you got home after the search?
I didn't put nothing in the safes.
Was anything missing from the safes when you got home?
Nothing was in them, so nothing was missing from the safe.
This is amazing.
You talked to Randy Walters on the phone before you got home that evening during the search, or right afterwards, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
He told you that they were taking some money and some vape pens and a small amount of marijuana. He told you that?
Yes, sir.
You knew, didn't you, Mr. Foreman, that there had been an investigation by the Claremont County Sheriff's Office into the discrepancy about the cash that was missing from your home, correct? You knew there was an investigation.
Yeah, I knew the sheriffs was investigating themselves.
Oh, that's how you saw it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you ever ask for a report so you could see how bad this investigation of themselves really was?
Yes, I was trying to get involved any way I can. The investigation was going on without any of my participation.
Did you ask for a copy of the report?
I did. I asked for everything. I was trying to be involved.
So you've seen the report?
No, I have not.
Okay.
I just saw it a few minutes ago.
Well, you had an attorney when you got the cash returned, correct?
At the station?
Yes.
I had attorney. Yeah, my attorney was present.
Did your attorney ask for a copy of this report?
It wasn't in it. When I got my cash back from the station, it wasn't an investigation until we realized money was missing.
Well, did you contact your attorney and say, hey, get me a copy of that report?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. Well, Mr. Klingler wants to talk about his client's attorney-client privilege and maybe waive it. Mr. Foreman does have attorney-client privilege with his attorney at that time. And we are going to assert that privilege because it's a privilege he has of right.
And so far, he hasn't asked anything privileged. So I appreciate
Yes, he has.
Overrule the objection.
Let's go back here. Let's listen carefully here.
The station, it wasn't an investigation until we realized money was missing.
Well, did you contact your attorney and say, hey, get me a copy of that report?
He's asking a direct question about conversation between Afroman and his lawyer. That's a direct question into privileged information. Judge asshole, asshat, fucktwat. Jesus fucking Christ. Sorry.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. Well, Mr. Klingler wants to talk about his client's attorney-client privilege and maybe waive it. Mr. Foreman does have attorney-client privilege with his attorney at that time. And we are going to assert that privilege because it's a privilege he has of right.
And so far, he hasn't asked anything privileged. So I appreciate the sensitivity. Overrule the objection. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Your testimony is you never saw a copy of Detective Robinson's report until today.
Yes, sir.
And that's because you didn't want to see a copy of the
I
investigation.
did want to see it. You don't know what I want. I did want to see it.
You did.
I wanted everything that had something to do with my money coming.
And that was 3.5 years ago, correct? And you haven't seen a copy of that report that you wanted to see until this afternoon. Is that right?
That's right. I never had my money taken by cops. I didn't know how this goes. I don't know about reports. All I know is live on Fox 19 News, the lady admits that her department is short $400 of my money. That's all I know. I don't know how to investigate police officers taking money.
That's all you know, and that's all you know today, isn't it? That's the whole basis of your claim that your money was stolen, is that the amount of money that was in the bags is different from the amount of money that was written on the bag.
Yeah, my whole
Yes. Yes. Because according to law enforcement that gave him his money back, it was money missing.
Whole thing is they never should have raided me in the first place.
That's your whole thing.
That's my whole thing.
That's the point,
That's my whole
isn't
thing. If they never would have showed up, there would be no songs about them. I wouldn't know who they are. Their faces would not be on my video cameras. None of this, we wouldn't be in this room right now if they hadn't raided my house and didn't press no charges, didn't even know what they was doing. This whole thing is their fault, and they're suing me for their mistake.
And so you don't really care if they stole your money or not. You're just mad
I
about
do
what
care
they
about
did.
if they stole them.
But
Police officers shouldn't be stealing the civilians' money. So I do care. All of it is an outrage. But this whole thing is an outrage.
You have no evidence that they took your money except for the amount on the bag isn't the same as the amount.
How about the lady admitting that she took?
Did you answer my
She admitted that she took my money on live Fox 19 News. Go argue with the film clip. Go argue with her admitting that she took my money.
Nobody admitted that they took your money.
Well, whatever. Go look at her admitting that the bag is short
Mr.
because it
Foreman.
stayed open all weekend long or 2 weeks after Brian and Officer Cooley just left it and just mishandled it and didn't do it right.
Just so we're honest with the jury here, Mr. Foreman, nobody admitted that they took your money, did they?
They admitted it was short.
Yes. Nobody
So it looked like
admitted
somebody
that they took your money, correct?
What?
It was.
You, attorney retard. Let's call it say that attorney who sadly works in labor and employment law, like me, who has no business representing in a First Amendment issue. You money-grabbing whore. If money in evidence bag does not reflect what's written on the evidence bag, and it's $400 missing from when they took it from his place and returned it to him, $400 gone. Who did it? The Tooth Fairy?
Short. She admitted. She said that it was short. And usually it's 10, 5, $2 missing. How does $400 even come up missing? Odd.
You posted videos about Brian Newland doing hard drugs and snitching on his friend, and you posted those based on rumors, didn't you? We can look at your deposition, but before you argue with me, but isn't that a fact that you made those allegations based on rumors you said you heard?
It's a fact. William Newland is a convicted pedophile, and Brian Newland is his brother. After I zeroed in on Brian, I asked about him. Come to find out, he's a large statutory rapist that has sex with all kind of underage girls. He buys them beers and gets them drunk. And all kind. That's probably the reason he had to leave the Adams County Sheriff Department, because he beats up his wife and he messed with underage girls and he had to get out of town and go get a job in Northwood.
All right. You don't want to answer my question.
I do. Please ask another one.
Well, let me.
Folks, this here is in a court of law. This here cannot be defamation. But this moron attorney allows him just ask questions that you did this based on rumors. And he tells you what the rumors were. Congratulations, attorney. You just made your client look so much worse by being a moron. Whatever happened between 2022 up until this trial, you just made it 10 times worse.
Ask this one again so I can get an answer. Do you remember in your deposition when I asked you, you have no reason to think these rumors about Brian Newland are true, do you? And you said, well, it's more entertaining if it's true, and I can make some money. Remember that?
No, I don't. That's a however long that deposition was. You can read the deposition and it tells you what I said.
We have a copy, another copy of that, because I'll show it to you. I can show you my copy. Refresh your recollection.
You're going to refresh his recollection.
It's Thank you, Judge.
Refresh his recollection. The criminal law with the police report. If an officer didn't remember, we wouldn't show the report. We would show it to the officer. He would refresh his memory by reading it, and then we'd re-ask the question.
Do it that way. Just make sure you think he reads it right. I'm just trying to get through the verbiage.
Judge, why wouldn't he read it right? Judge, did you just do a racist? Why are you saying... Let's listen.
Do it that way. Just make sure you think he reads it right. I'm just trying to get.
Just make sure you think he reads it right. Why would you say that with a black man on the stand? Why, Your Honor? Why? It's...
Through the verbiage. Just make sure you think he reads it right. Otherwise, I have to wrestle with you about whether he read it right.
Sure.
And it doubles down.
And then if we want to move it as an exhibit, you can do that.
Remember your depth.
Did you ask those questions when the cops were on the stand? Oh, did you read that right? Did you tell the plaintiff's attorney, make sure these guys read it right? No, you chose to do it when a black man was on the stand.
Position being taken, Mr. Foreman, in your attorney's office on September 3rd, 2024.
I remember the deposition.
And that deposition was taken in DJ Osborne's office?
Yes, sir.
That's the same office that you used to film that video that we saw last night with the actor playing Lieutenant Lisa Phillips. And that actor was sitting in the same chair that Lisa Phillips sat in during her deposition, wasn't she?
Yeah, the actor played Lisa because I wouldn't have known her if she hadn't came to my house and cut off my camera.
Yeah, right.
Right.
That's the office we're talking about, and that's the office where I took your deposition, right?
Yes, sir.
And in that deposition, I'm referring to page 84 of the deposition. I had asked you about...
Object, he's testifying.
No, he's using the deposition to refresh his memory. He's doing it right, so sit down, please. Go ahead.
Did I ask you this question, and did you give me these answers, Mr. Foreman? Question. Would it be fair to say these are rumors? Answer. You know, Stephanie said it, and, you know, some other people that don't remember, you know, I'd be in a hurry in Walmart or something. They shake my hand. Yeah, Brian used to do this, used to do that. Then something, I didn't know him, but this is what I've heard. Question. You don't have any particular reason to think that it's true or not true, right? Answer. Well, it's more entertaining if it is true, and I could probably make some money and capitalize on it if it's true.
What are the line numbers?
Starting with line 7 and ending with line 21.
All right.
Did I ask you those questions and you give me those answers?
I don't remember. That was a long time ago. But
that's my question.
I've always
Thank you.
put Brian Newland next to his brother. So that's
Yeah,
my basis, and I've always
We noticed that.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
your
so-
attorney's going to be able to ask you whatever questions he wants. Right now, I'd like you to focus on my questions, Mr. Foreman. You have no evidence that Brian Newland ever molested little boys, do you?
If you look at the picture, he's holding the little boy butt. It's too much for me. So if you use your eyeballs, then his brother's a convicted pedophile.
That's your evidence for posting that pedophile stuff
Hey,
about little boys.
I'm trying to figure out what kind of guy is kicking on my door. What kind of guy is walking around my house reading my bank statements? It's a dude that's possibly a pedophile, got a convicted pedophile brother, deputized by the sheriff, walking around, possibly stealing my money. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on as I zoom in with my cameras. That's not the type of guy I don't think should be on the police force.
I'm going to refer you again to your deposition. If you don't trust my reading of it, I'm happy to give it to you, Mr. Foreman. But on page 98 of your deposition on that same day, beginning at 9/11, did I ask you this question and did you give me this answer? And again, the only evidence, you don't have any evidence that Brian Newland is a pedophile or plays with little boys. Answer, no, sir. Did I ask you that question? Did you give me that answer?
I don't remember.
What are the line numbers?
Beginning with line 11, ending with line 14 on page 98.
How does this make your client look better? Folks, according to his attorney, he's worth $1 million for this. He took it to trial in order to get for the plaintiff. It's worth $1 million getting this information out there, rumors and everything. He sold himself and his future for $1 million. Oh, minus attorney's fees. So maybe 700,000. Folks, would you allow this to happen on live TV for $700,000? Would you allow your attorney to bring in all these rumors about you for $700,000? I wouldn't. But for the defendant, for the plaintiff, yeah, that's an acceptable amount of money for having all those rumors out in the world instead of just locally.
You have no evidence that Lisa Phillips stole your money, do you?
I know if she hadn't raided my house, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Nor a lawsuit or nothing. They never should have been at my house.
Since you're not going to answer my question, I'm going to go back to your deposition again, Mr. Foreman, page 102.
Your Honor, if I may, can I just enter a continuing objection so I don't have to object every time he does the deposition?
Oh, it's too important, so please be specific. Thank you.
So I would enter a notation of objection at this point. He is now testifying for the witness. He is no longer refreshing his recollection.
I'll be sensitive to that, so you can rephrase and also state that. You made the conclusion. You didn't.
And now the judge is walking back on his prior decision. Again.
So you've got to go back and fix that.
All right, Judge, I will. Thank you. Do you remember telling me in your deposition, Mr. Foreman, that you don't have any evidence that Lisa Phillips stole your money?
Yeah, she cut off the cameras, but I didn't know who took them. So all the officers was a suspect at first, because I didn't know where. After the deposition, I realized that Brian Newland was in charge of the money, and I knew where to focus everything. But at first, all the cops was a suspect, especially after they cut off my cameras, and I couldn't see what they were doing.
All right. Well, so you don't remember? Is that what you're telling me?
I remember telling you that Lisa, probably didn't take my money, but I just didn't know. I just knew it was missing, and they cut off my cameras. So all of them were suspects until I figured it out.
So until you figured it out?
Until everybody figured it out, until it was solved of where the missing money was.
All right. So just to clear this up and move on, you admit that you don't have any evidence that Lisa Phillips stole your money?
No. But I know if she wasn't there in the first place, we wouldn't be having this conversation or be here.
And is it true that one of your big motivation really in making all of these posts is to make money?
To pay for the damage that they brought to my house under the circumstance that they shouldn't have even been there in the first place.
Okay. So the answer to my question is yes, your motivation was to make money?
To pay for the damages that they brought to my house under the circumstances that they shouldn't have been there in the first place.
Have you made enough yet to make up for it?
Not really.
How much have you made on it?
I don't know exactly, but it wasn't hardly $24,000.
$24,000.
It wasn't that. It wasn't that.
You're still making money on today, right? With the new posts and advertisements and things.
It's publicity.
You're still selling merchandise, aren't you?
No, publicity. Just me. Just everybody. Thanks to them bringing publicity to this. It's just an opportunity to run numbers up and be an entertainer.
And the more lies, outrageous lies you tell about them, the more money you can make, right?
Fact, they never should have came to my house in the first place. Fact, if they hadn't came to my house, they wouldn't have put themselves on the video camera and in my music career. All of this is their fact. All of this is their fault. And they have the audacity to sue me. These people and you are the predators and the victim at the same time.
So what they did, searching your house, gave you the right to do everything you
Under the circumstance that I got freedom of speech, after they run around my house with guns and kick down my door, I got the right to kick a can in my backyard, use my freedom of speech, turn my bad times into a good time. Yes, I do. And I think I'm a sport for doing so, because I don't go to their house, kick down their doors, flip them off on their surveillance cameras, then try to play the victim and sue them.
You were at Lisa Phillips's deposition, correct?
Yes, sir.
In your lawyer's office?
Yes, sir.
Same office where you filmed part of that video last Friday?
Yes, sir.
And you saw how upset she was when she was answering your lawyer's questions about how this had affected her, right?
Yes, yes,
And you saw your attorney say, do we need to take a break?
yes,
And you saw her say, no, let's go on and get this over with.
yes, sir.
You saw all that.
Yes.
You knew she was upset.
Just like she knew I was upset when she was standing in front of my kids with an AR-15 with her hand around the trigger ready to shoot me. Just like she knew I was upset when she cut my cameras. But I'm not a person, she is. So I'm sorry for being a victim. Let's talk about the predators.
Okay. So you saw all that. You saw how upset she was. You heard the testimony about her children. You heard the testimony at the depositions about Randy Newland's daughter who came home upset. You heard all that, but you're still posting stuff about
Yeah,
it.
because I understand it was Randy's fault and all of their fault for coming to my house in the first place. So if they hadn't came to my house, their children wouldn't be saying nothing. None of this would be going home if they had did their research and did things right. So all of this is their fault. And now they want to sue me for their mistake.
This is amazing.
Is there anything that could change your mind about what you're doing to these deputies?
Is there anything that can change my mind about the fact that they shouldn't have been at my house in the first place? Is there anything that can change my mind about how my money shouldn't have been touched in the first place? No.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
You're welcome.
This is not a good attorney. This was... How in the world... Folks, even if they somehow win this, I still say that the PDF thing is probably the one with legs. Even if they win this, was it worth it? For 700,000? I mean, was it worth it? For $700,000? Was it worth it? After attorney's fees, max 700K. Was it worth it for Lisa to let everything go from local to worldwide for $1 million? Folks, again, would you play with the thought that there are rumors about you around town, that you sleep with minors, get them drunk and sleep with them? Let's just play with the thought. Would you, for the opportunity of $700,000, let that be broadcast globally? Hell no. I so want to see the search warrant. So do I. So do I.
Do you want to continue? I'm sorry, Mr. Osborne. Do you want to continue the direct examination of your client now?
Your Honor, I was going to actually ask for a sidebar so we can talk about that.
Okay, so let's talk.
So I was actually going to not do cross with Mr. Foreman this time. I was going to hold off until our case in chief.
Yeah, I just offered you the chance to do that. So if you want to do your direct examination on your case in chief right now,
Not right now.
like the pogo stick of witnesses up and down is what I was talking about. If he testifies on his own direct case, it could be now or it could be later. I just gave the lawyer a chance to do it now and later. He could like.
They don't need to know that. It's completely unnecessary information. J.K. Debug, yeah, that's true. His testimony plays well for us. However, how well will it play for a jury in Adams County, also known as West Bycard, Virginia? Yeah. I need to check here. What is the demographics of Adams County, Ohio? Oh. .8 non-Hispanic, as in white. almost 96% white. How is this a jury of his peers? Oh well.
So you'll likely see Mr. Foreman again. This was an examination on the plaintiff's case. You get a chance.
You do not get to speculate on whether Mr. Foreman will be called in the defense case in chief. You do not get to speculate on that, Judge.
Hear his testimony on his case. There's your explanation. Thanks, Mr. Foreman. You can stand up.
Plaintiff's rest subject to the addition of all our exhibits, Judge.
Okay, thank you. We'll deal with the exhibits on a break. What do you have?
Let's go. Here is the actual census from Census Reporter. 96% white. It's a black or counting error. Native Americans, a counting error. Asian is a counting error. Islander, counting error. Other, counting error. 2% mixed race and 1% Hispanic. Wow. All right. That's interesting.
I have no one ready. All my people were scheduled to be ready tomorrow. I will have to call them to get them here in the morning.
Don't research. Don't think. Don't talk. Ruminate in your own mind, maybe, but it can't be any farther than that. The admonition we talked about previously about deliberating as a group and thinking collectively is still.
Yeah, they ended early
You can't
on.
Yeah.
And WCPO just cut it. Idiots. That's not how you do trial coverage. All right. Now let's get to this morning. This is somebody's ex-wife. I don't remember which one it is. This is the defense case in chief. All right. Oh, by the way, keep this updated because if there is a verdict, they will go live about it. I also have everything on X just in case WCPO screws up. All right. Somebody's ex-wife. They will tell which ex-wife this is. And I watched a little bit about it, and it's not good for the plaintiffs.
They do.
Well, I have to volume enhancer.
You've worked with kids for how long?
30 years.
You got into the mind of kids pretty well.
Yes.
When they would play Mr. Foreman's song Lemon Pound Cake, did they take that as a literal fact from your observations?
No.
Were they laughing and joking about it?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Are you familiar with the song WAP?
I think I've heard
Sorry,
it.
no, strike that. I'm going to give you the complete song and then summarize it because I only want to say it once. Are you familiar with the song Wet Ass Pussy?
Yes,
Is that a rap song?
it is.
Has your students played it in class?
Once, and I asked them to please turn it off.
When they were listening to it, did they think that was fact?
No,
So they didn't think that that was depicting anything in real life?
no,
So you didn't have to teach them that wasn't real?
right. No, I did not.
You've heard the song, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Do you believe it's a literal interpretation?
No,
Would you agree it's derogatory towards women,
no,
even though it says nasty things about them?
yeah, no. I mean, it's the artist's opinion, I guess. That's the way I feel.
Maybe not an opinion you like, but
Yeah.
Your Honor, if I may have one.
Go ahead.
So, Ms. Grooms, has Mr. Foreman's posts about Sean or any of the general posts about the Adams County Sheriff's Department as a whole affected your life any at all?
No,
Would you believe it would have affected your life while you were married to Sean?
if it had any effect, I guess that would be the time it would have an effect.
But as his spouse, you would have expected it.
Yes,
And I don't want you to go into too many detail, but is it fair to say that Mr. Foreman, the posts about the police department, everything had not a damn thing to do with your relationship between you and Sean and why it came to an end?
no, it did not.
So the posts never affected your life, never affected your marriage.
No,
Okay. So any statement to the contrary would be false?
yes.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Sadly, we missed the first part of this. But yeah, her husband or ex-husband went around saying, "Oh, damn Afroman, he ruined my marriage." And she's just up there, "Nah, he was an asshole before this."
Cross-examination.
Thank you.
I don't remember which one. I don't.
Morning, Ms. Grooms.
Good morning.
I'm sorry you have to be here.
I am too.
Thanks for coming. Where to start? You never sought a protective order against your ex-husband, did you?
Yes, I did when we divorced. The divorce, yes. I
Did
had a
you?
restraining order.
Did you got a restraining order?
Yes, I did.
Oh. Yeah. Okay. Now, to be fair, it's very, very easy to get a restraining order. But in the context of this trial, oh, shit. Well, it was one of the Seans she was married to. And apparently, he's in the context of this trial, he was such an asshole she had to take out a restraining order.
Were you aware of the posts that were coming out after 2022 about the sheriff's deputies and calling them thieves and that sort of thing? Did you ever see any or hear any of the songs?
Some of my students referred to it when they would say, I saw your husband in the video. And I would say, yeah, that was him, and turn around and walk away. I didn't elaborate on any of that, no. And
Why?
they didn't either,
Why didn't you elaborate on it?
because I didn't think it was the student's business.
Okay, so they had seen your husband in videos,
Yes,
and did you tell your husband about that?
about,
That your kids had mentioned it?
no, it was just a mention and that was it.
Okay. Did you ever, you saw the posts yourselves or videos yourself, or did you just hear about it from kids?
I saw part of it and then I heard about it.
Okay. And did anyone else in the community ever say anything to you about these videos or posts?
No.
Just your kids?
It's my students in the school.
Students? Okay. The song that Mr. Osborne asked you about, does that song refer to a specific identifiable person?
I don't think so.
Those are all my questions. Thank you, ma'am.
Rhonda, Mr. Klingler asked you about your students. Your students saw the posts
Yes.
and they articulated it to you?
Yeah. Just say, hey, I saw your husband in this video.
Students can, would it be a fair statement to say children can be mean? Cruel?
Absolutely.
You've seen instances of them being cruel?
Absolutely.
Are they cruel to both other students and teachers?
Yes.
I don't like bringing up sensitive subjects, but has any of your students ever been cruel to you in the past?
Oh, yes, definitely.
Would it be fair to say they've said some pretty mean things?
Yes.
You see, I'm trying not to ask you what they are, but are they shocking names?
Coming from my students, I mean, in all honesty, it's, you know, when they're mad at me because they didn't receive an A, yeah, they get mad.
And they lash out.
Yes.
But they're not calling names of fact or anything.
No, no.
And they've seen these posts.
Yes.
Did your students treat you any differently?
No.
So could you point to any instance where a student treated you differently due to the posts?
No.
I'm going to ask this question. You said you're sorry to be here. Why are you sorry to be here?
Because from my recollection, my ex-husband had said that this was part of the reason we got divorced.
No further questions, John.
Klinger? No further questions. Mr. Osborne, am I right to understand this witness was a lay witness?
Pardon me?
This was a lay witness, not an expert, right?
She's a lay witness to testify to what she would have experienced.
Right. And the only reason I did that is to explain to the jury that people sometimes...
They don't need this information. Do you know why, your fucktard honor? Because if she was an expert witness, there would be a voir dire before. The jury would have been informed by it. This is so unnecessary.
Doctor comes in a medical malpractice case, they're an expert. This is a lay person, the same as any other. Some of the questions spoke generally about society and public perception, which would seem like more of an expert opinion, when in fact, as a lay witness, she can only testify about what she experienced herself. So you have to understand the scope. She's just what happened to her, lay average person, not educated expert. Thanks for being here. You couldn't
Thank
be
you.
excused. Go ahead, Mr. Osborne.
Your Honor, I'd ask for a short 10-minute break so I can talk with Mr. Foreman. Based upon the ruling in the Rule 50, I want to juggle some of my witnesses, make some corrections to that, as I had anticipated a different verdict due to the evidence, or different ruling due to the evidence, so I'm going to need to shift for that. I'd like 10 minutes to consult with my client to strategize on that.
Comments, Mr. Plaintiff?
No, I have no objection to that, Judge.
Yeah, apparently,
Doing well managing your time.
well, Rule 50 is the directed verdict. Apparently, the judge found it necessary to opine to the jury why he denied the directed verdict. First of all, the jury should not even know there was a motion for directed verdict. That is why he's calling it a Rule 50. But this idiot judge explains and opines to the jury why he denied it. That affects the juror, who now sees him as a person of authority, and he's a judge, saying, I believe there's a case here. That's a huge, huge fucking no-no. This judge, who in a trial a while back, well, preparation for a trial, he made a decision in a murder trial to punish the state for something and took away the death penalty. And the appeals court, because of course the prosecution appealed that decision, went hard on this fucker. More or less saying, according to what I found out, more or less called him incompetent. And here he is, creating reversible errors. In my opinion.
I think that's a good idea. I would like, you know how I am with getting the jury on schedule.
Your Honor, that's why I want to strategize, see how we can hopefully.
Yeah, well, I appreciate what you're saying. Take a break, go back to the jury room, stay there if you would please. Short break will be helpful.
And
Rebuttal, please.
Objection to the exhibits, Judge.
So it'll be admitted without objection. Rebuttal, please.
yeah, after talking to their client, because of the rulings of this judge, that was the only witness in the defense case in chief. It's fucking appalling.
No rebuttal, Judge, no further witnesses.
Okay, thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're moving forward to the point where you get the case handed to you. What comes next?
And the rest we saw in the beginning of this stream some 4 hours ago with the plaintiffs and the defense closing arguments. Folks, let's just check in first on, well, nothing on WCPO. Now, I'm going to show you the search warrant that got all this going. State of Ohio, County of Adams, through any law enforcement officer of Adams County, Ohio. Whereas there has been filed before me an affidavit demonstrating probable cause for a search to be made of this address, which is covered, being a single-family, two-story home with white siding, having green shutters and green metal roof with a covered front porch and gravel sideway. Look at this. Single-family, two-story home with white siding. Even here, it says no basement. So where the fuck is the kidnapping victim? Yeah, they're just describing the house. Current residence of Joseph E. Foreman to include any and all other outbuildings, storage containers, carless vehicles, and or persons located on the property. Namely, items of evidence, including but not limited to unknown quantity of marijuana, the derivatives, and any and all other drugs of abuse, drug paraphernalia, including scales, packaging, yada, 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 yada. Which are being concealed in violation of this law, possession of drugs under this law, trafficking in drugs, kidnapping. Probably because to be search be made of all of this. Where is the kidnapping in this? It's nowhere. Nowhere. So there is an allegation of kidnapping. But they're only talking about the drugs. So what about the kidnapping victim? Where's the fucking kidnapping victim? And the judge says, you're hereby commanded to search by any reasonable means necessary the above named person and or place for the property described, serving this warrant and making the search during the daytime or nighttime within 3 days from the issuance of this order, and if the property be found there, to seize it, leaving a copy of this warrant and receipt of the property taken, and prepare a written inventory of the property seized and return this warrant to the Adams County Court. Furthermore, this search warrant may be executed without the statutory precondition for non-consensual entry. What about saving the kidnapping victim? It's right here. Kidnapping. There's nothing here about, okay, who's the alleged victim? Is it due to sex crimes? Is it due to anything? And they're only commanded to seize the drugs. Nothing about this is, let's see, 6:55 p.m. It was filed 2:30 p.m. August 23rd. It was signed 6:55 p.m. And they went there a couple of hours later. They just ran to the precinct, grabbed whatever they could find, and beelined there. This is the result of the confidential informant lying to the cops because he got arrested and wanted out of trouble. And the only person he could imagine, all right, Afroman lives here. Let's lie about Afroman. This is a rubber stamp search warrant. That's it. Rubber stamped. Where? Now I want to find the affidavit. Let's see if the affidavit is around here somewhere. Nope. Which means the affidavit is under seal. Yeah, the assholes just wanted to get him before MJ was legal. So that this is such a scam. And they saw an opportunity to, we are going to be celebrities. We are going to find stuff on Afroman. We are going to be celebrities. Well, you got what you wanted. Now everybody knows your names. Oh, that is so funny. And still no update. They are probably on lunch or just got back. They are deliberating. The jury is deliberating at the moment. They took, because this is like barely 2 days worth of trial, but they are taking it seriously. They took longer. So far, they have taken longer to deliberate in this trial than in the Cooley trial. I don't know what the verdict is going to be. In my opinion, the only thought that is probable is the PDF thing. But you never know. It's a jury. They could find all of it or none of it. Or they can find all of it and pay out all the monies, or $1. Either way, the only winner here is Afroman, who has been with, well, his song When I Got High, huge back in the day. And then he kind of disappeared from the world. Well, to be famous around the world. And now he's back. You heard it. He was playing together with Snoop. I mean, seriously. So the only winner here, regardless of the verdict, is Afroman. He is back in the public's conscious again. And if he wins, even better. Then he gets to keep all the money for himself. And he gets to keep making music for the world in the next month or so when it's still before it, yeah. But folks, here's what's going to happen. I'm going to keep a track on verdict. And once they announce it, I'm starting up a live. But for now, after 4 hours, I need to eat. Maybe get a nap in. And hopefully, if there is a verdict today, hopefully Mo can join us. Because I don't think she wants to miss the verdict. But either way, thank you guys. Thank you for allowing me to do this. It's thanks to you guys this show keeps running. I will see you later today if there is a verdict. Or tomorrow. Yeah, Kat is on Verdict Watch. I can send you over to her. Let's see here. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Here, I'll post the link there. And I'm going to redirect as well. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, hello, Mr. Jingles. Hey, Mr. Jingles joined us. Hey. Ah. Hello, Mr. Jingles. Dun, dun, dun. Customization. Redirect. There. All right, folks. Please return here if there is a verdict. But otherwise, go watch Cat Not Williams. She is always a hoot. And from me, Mr. Jingles, who finally showed up, again, thank you. And I'll either see you later today or tomorrow with verdict. And folks, on Monday, the Kelsey Fitzsimmons trial starts. I've been covering that case for quite some time. I'm going to cover it as well as I can. That is going to be a bench trial, not a jury trial. All right, folks. See you later. Y'all have a good one. Say hi to Kat for me. Okay? See ya. Bye-bye.